Começar um jogo aqui meio surreal. Ver. Vamos pelo mouse. Parece que tem um sistema meio pesado de construção do mundo e tal. Travou ali o relógio. Quase.
Do you think he'll recover?
I don't know. It's too soon to say. We should let him rest.
We got thousands of bodies piled in the streets.
He's been very feeble for weeks. He can't get up. He doesn't speak. Do you think we should call a doctor?
Call a doctor? Here?
You're right. Let's just hope he wakes up one of these days. Come on, my friend. Hang on. Don't give up.
Please, let me get out of this.
Amanhã. É hoje.
Wake up, Michael. Come on, you have to wake up.
Who are you? Who's there?
Please, Michael, wake up. Wake up.
This silence. This darkness. Where am I? Damn it. I can't remember. What's happening? What is this place? Please, tell me.
Michael, please wake up. You have to wake up.
Michael? Is that my name? Please tell me where I am. I can't remember anything. Where are you? Where are you hiding?
Wake up, Michael. Please wake up. Wake up now.
Don't go! Please! Come back! Come back! This silence. This darkness. This emptiness.
Valeu pelo follow, Juliette.
Good morning. I hope you're feeling better.
But...
Now don't be alarmed. I'm glad you feel strong enough to get out of bed. That's wonderful news. I must say you're looking much better, considering what you've been through, of course.
Who are you?
Ah, yes, of course. Forgive my manners. You've been with us for so long that I forgot that you don't know who we are. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Rod Atkinson. I was the director of the Municipal Property Registry before, well, you know, before the world collapsed on us.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Atkinson. But... Can you tell me what I'm doing here?
Yes, of course. I think we owe you an explanation. A few days after the Great Wave, we found you lying in a ditch near the airport. You were badly injured and unconscious. We couldn't just leave you there. Someone had already stolen your luggage and identification. It was awful. So we decided to take care of you ourselves and brought you here. You've been with us ever since. By the way, I should tell you that when we found you, your clothes were ripped to shreds. So we threw them away. The clothes you're wearing now are mine. You'll find more things in that wardrobe. If you need anything, just help yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Atkinson. But... The Great Wave? What are you talking about?
Well, what would I be talking about? That damned, excuse my language, explosion that brought ruin to all of us. The origin of this filthy new world that now seems to be our permanent reality. You look a little confused, if you don't mind my saying so. Do you really not know what I'm talking about?
I don't know. I'm afraid not. Let me ask you. From what you've told me, I see that you've saved my life. I'm very grateful, Mr. Atkinson.
No, please. You don't have to thank us. We just did what we had to. It's our moral obligation to uphold the ethical principles of civilization in this new world. But call me Rod, please. And, well, we also did it for Colin, you see. What kind of future does he face if we accept that it's every man for himself, that no one cares about anyone else? It's a terrifying prospect, don't you think? We're just doing whatever we can to avoid that future, that's all.
Colin?
Yes, Colin is our only child. Our one ray of hope since the catastrophe. I'm going to confess something to you. Colin is the only reason my wife and I still struggle to keep going in this new world. We would have given up a long time ago if it weren't for him.
Of course.
Pesado, hein?
I understand. So that was your wife's voice that woke me up a few minutes ago, right?
My wife? No, that's impossible. My wife has been with me in the other room the whole time. We haven't come out of there for hours. But I'm glad you're feeling better and are fully conscious now. I guess we could say you've been reborn. And although the circumstances aren't the best, simply being alive nowadays is practically a luxury.
Realmente, né?
Welcome to our home.
You said with us. Who else lives here?
Ah, yes, of course. I still haven't properly introduced my family to you. Now is a bad time, but I promise to make proper introductions later. My wife and I sleep in the other room, and, well, little Colin sleeps with us.
Where am I? What is this place?
You are in what I venture to call our home,
Chamada de
our
nossa
humble,
casa.
hopefully temporary home. This is one of the many trailers that make up the refugee camp, and believe me, we can consider ourselves lucky to live between these four walls. Most of the inhabitants of this hellhole, excuse my crude language, have nothing more than plastic tarps and cardboard for shelter.
Wait a second. Did you say refugee camp?
Campo
Yes,
de
of course.
refugiado.
The Facility for Temporary Accommodation of Disaster Victims is what they called it. You know, after the army declared martial law following the catastrophe. But do
Bem
you really
marcial.
not remember? Do you
Caramba.
really not remember anything about all this?
I feel a little weak and dizzy,
Foi
Mr.
uma
Atkinson.
catástrofe.
Excuse me.
Tem uma
I'm
lei
afraid I
marcial.
can't. I can't remember a thing.
Caramba.
I see. There have been many cases like yours in the camp. Try to rest and not to get too agitated. Well, there's one thing I can tell you. You can consider yourself fortunate. There's nothing nice to remember about recent times, believe me.
Rod! Rod!
Please excuse me, but I have to leave you now.
No, wait, please. What's happening? Don't go yet.
I'm sorry, I understand that you have a lot of questions to ask me, but now isn't the time. Believe me, I promise to answer each and every one of your questions in peace and quiet later. Sorry, but I have to go.
Criança.
Rod, please, quickly!
Okay, all right.
Now that you're feeling better, you can go out and take a walk around the camp. But please, be very careful out there. The world you knew before is gone. Heed my warning, don't touch anything. Don't talk to anyone, and don't get mixed up in anything. At least until someone explains to you how things work in this new world the Great Wave left us. Everything has changed so much out there.
All right. Thanks for the advice.
Ah, one more thing before I go. You've been with us for quite a while now, and we don't even know what to call you. What is your name?
My name? Michael. My name is Michael.
Very pleased to meet you, Michael. We'll talk again later, I promise.
Michael. That's what that disembodied voice called me. That must be my name. Wake up, Michael. That's all she said. Leaving me in this immense void where I can't remember anything. Great wave? New world? Refugee camp? But what the devil could have happened out there? I think it might be a good idea to go out there and take a look. With the glass in the door broken and that thick coating of grease lining it, I doubt anything's been baked in this oven for a long time. The old closet Rod told me about. It's funny. With the glass and the door shattered, my reflection in the mirror is fragmented, like a photo ripped into little pieces and taped back together. Well, look at that. When I pulled back the sheet, part of it got torn on the spring sticking out of the bed frame. I hope Rod doesn't notice. The bed frame under the mattress is so battered that one of the springs is turned into a very sharp protruding object. Nothing edible. It's only the lid of an enormous... There's a very worn old notebook hidden under the lid. The cover is practically falling off the spiral bind. It looks like someone stashed it here some time ago. It's a bit dented. It was used to cover a very large roasting pan. In fact, it still has some... It's an old accounting ledger that still has a few blank pages left in it. From what's written in here, it looks like someone was using it as a diary, before ripping out almost all its pages and leaving it inside the oven in the trailer. Impossible. I'm afraid my host forgot to unlock it before he left.
What?
Good God. What the hell happened here? Rod was right. I don't know what hit this place. But whatever it was, it struck it to its very foundations, without any mercy whatsoever. What's happening now?
You better hide, dude. Don't you know that it's dangerous to show your face when the cleanup brigades come into the camp? You're new here, aren't you?
Yeah, you could put it that way.
Well, welcome to your new home. I'm Hank, but everyone calls me the Hunter.
I'm... Michael. But what's going on up there?
Nothing, Mike, just routine. The cleanup brigades are taking away a sick person, a dissolved. You know how it is, just doing their job. Ironically, that house belongs to one of the camp moles. Those traitorous scumbags.
Brigades, dissolved, moles. I don't know what you're talking about. I can't remember anything.
Oh, I see, you're a blankhead. Well, you better get up to speed real quick if you want to survive here, Mike. Find me if you need help, dude. I can get you whatever you need. Doesn't matter where it is, how fast it runs, or where it tries to hide. That's why they call me the Hunter.
All right, I'll remember that.
Come back here! Don't take her away! Don't you know who I am? Come back here!
They shot that poor man in cold blood. But why did they do that? Hey, Hank? I'm afraid he's gone. The half-scrap remains of a sports car that looks like a collector's item. From the style, it must have been worth a pretty penny a long, long time ago. But now, I'm afraid it's just scrap metal. But what's happening? What is this? What the hell's going on here?
No mesmo lugar.
God, I think I'm starting to lose my mind. He must be one of the inhabitants of the refugee camp. What the hell has he got in that shopping cart full of junk? A supermarket shopping cart full of plastic. This individual who looks like a bum never takes his eyes off it. And the swarm of insects fluttering around the merchandise don't either. Ouch! Damn it! This vacant lot is full of trash and broken glass. I managed to rip open the sole of my foot and a rusty nail.
Hey, it's not a good idea to walk around barefoot in this enormous trash heap. You won't get very far without shoes.
Yeah, thanks for the tip.
The tip is yours to keep. But if you come near my things, you're a dead man. Understood? Wait, I recognize you. Aren't you the guy Rod's been taking care of in his trailer all this time?
Bora pelo follow.
Do you know Rod?
Of course I do. Everyone in the camp knows Rod. You owe him your life. Don't doubt that for a second. Nowadays, no one in his right mind would do what he did for you. For a total stranger.
Yes, I'm very grateful to him. But tell me, can I ask you a few questions? I've been hearing about an enormous explosion. The Great Wave. What on earth are they talking about?
But what kind of question is that? Where have you been all this time? Sleeping in a cave?
Well, you could say that.
The Great Wave is the reason we're confined here like animals. The entire world went to hell in a handcart that day, and we went with it.
Confined? Do you mean we can't leave the refugee camp?
Refugee camp? I've always found that term amusing. It seems like things on the other side of the fence work a little better. But here, look around you. Does this look like a refugee camp? It's an army detention camp, and you're a prisoner. Once you come in here, you lose everything, even your name. To them, you're nothing more than a rat, just another camp rat. You'd never be able to get through the gate, especially if you don't know anyone or don't have any contacts on the outside. Doesn't matter who you might have been before the old world collapsed. Believe me, I speak from experience. If you're just a camp rat, I'm afraid the only way out of here is feet first. I don't know if you get my meaning.
Of course I do. Thanks for your encouraging words.
You can keep the words, but come near my things and you're a dead man.
I've been able to see that with my own eyes. Can you tell me anything else?
Okay, I'll tell you what I know. The Great Wave hit us one Friday afternoon right out of the blue. I remember it perfectly because I'd just come out of an important meeting at that precise moment. I'd made a lot of money from a very fat contract. Yes, sirree, Bob. Very, very fat. First, we felt the ground quaking, as if a volcano was about to erupt right under our feet. I had to get out of my car and run. Then came the explosions. Glass broke. Buildings toppled. And then for weeks, the stench of corpses rotting in the streets. In just a few hours, that damn great wave sent us all, with our businesses, our money, and our convertibles, straight back to the Dark Ages.
The Dark Ages?
Of course! Are you surprised? In a
Eletricidade.
matter of minutes, we were left with no electricity, no water, no communications. And after the initial chaos, the dissolved started to show up. And that horrible gash opened up in the sky. That stupid breach up there that no one in this hellhole has bothered to explain to us. The fact is that the remains of the old system only held up for a few weeks. And through the cracks, what you see around you started seeping in.
The New World, right?
Yes, indeed. You catch on fast. The New World was here to stay. Welcome to the future, son. Not exactly the way you pictured it, huh?
This shooting. Could you explain to me what just happened here?
Explain what exactly? That show the cleanup brigades put on?
que os caras
Someone
fizeram.
got too chatty and ratted out a sick person, that's all. There's usually a pact of silence in the camp. No one likes to see one of their own in those ambulances. But in this case, the dissolved was a relative of one of the camp moles. Ironic, isn't it?
But they shot a man.
Yes, so they did. So what?
E aí? Tá, não
The
dá pra saber,
price
né?
of human life has gotten a lot cheaper lately. That needn't surprise anyone these days.
Did you say dissolved?
Of course, the dissolved. But what the hell's wrong with you? Those people are a real plague. They're sick, and, so they say, highly contagious. Let me give you a piece of advice about them. If you see one, run the other way like he was the devil himself. Even if they don't give you that deadly disease or drive you crazy with their trances, the cleanup brigades will kill you for hiding one. You saw it with your own eyes. They don't even respect their own camp moles.
A camp mole? What is that exactly?
A spy. A stool pigeon. It's in the Army's interest to control the camp from inside. And so they pay some of the inhabitants to feed them information about what happens on this side of the fence. Who comes in, who goes out, who causes trouble. And, of course, who gets sick. They're scumbags, but very well-paid scumbags. And they have certain privileges that no one else in here has. Never trust a mole. They'll do anything to hang on to the favors the Army gives them in this hellhole.
Okay. I'll take your advice.
You're welcome. But stay away from the shopping cart or I'll rip your guts out. Got it?
Tell me about Rod Atkinson.
Well, I don't know him very well, but they say he's decent enough. Too decent for the times we're living in. Did you know that before coming here, he was someone important? I think he worked for the government, and he still has some good contacts on the outside. But they're not good enough to get that stupid do-gooder and his family out of here.
Stupid do-gooder?
Well, you know how it is. Rod is one of those good Samaritans who think they can save the world. He has helped a lot of people in the camp, but I think he's going to run into problems. I reckon that he's too weak for these times. I don't know how long he'll be able to survive.
You said he had a son. A pretty good reason to hang on, don't you think?
Yes, Colin. I haven't seen that kid running around here for some time. You know if he's all right?
I don't know. I still haven't seen him.
Ele ou a
His
mãe
father
dele
told
tá
me.
com...
Well, I'm glad
Quando
he's
tá
not
doente.
anywhere near me. That brat doesn't have anything better to do than to try to snoop in my shopping cart.
Well, I'll be going on my way. Good luck to you, pal.
Just be sure to stay away from my things.
Tá.
A bunch of shacks, trying valiantly to stay standing in a sea of mud. I can't imagine how it must be to live in one of them. No. With my I think it would be better to go back inside the trailer and try to take care of this wound. Impossible, I'm afraid. Better not. The squeak of the protruding bed springs scraping against this metal lid would grate in my... A pile of... Ugh. I'm not going to snuff out this oil lamp. This place looks... This oil lamp is like an adrenaline. It's funny, like a If I want to open up the closet, this isn't the way. I don't see anything. Use this here? How? I don't see anything here.
Nada.
I can hear people whispering on the other side. It's the door Rod went through after here. The same one he made sure to bolt shut.
Vou tentar.
It's no use. It won't open. I heard Rod bolt. I'd only end up... This wardrobe isn't mine. I took it out of here. I don't think I...
Portanto,
I just don't see it. It's difficult to find a different use for this notebook. I don't see anything. A depressing sight. This spring sticking out of the bed frame is as sharp as... The bed frame turned into a very...
mexeu uma coisa.
Better not.
Não tem mais nada aqui que eu possa mexer. Nada no chão.
Impossible. I'm afraid my... The old closet. It's funny. With the glass on the door shattered. Like a photo. If I want to...
Agora pra mexer dentro do carro aqui.
Time has left these hinges bent and rusted. There's no way I'm going to be able to break open this door with my bare hands. This tangled neglect... I'm afraid I can't...
Oh no.
Someone improvised, although this... It seems like the only heating system that can't... No, I think it would be... The ground in this lot is full. If you want... I'd better hold on to it. I don't think anyone else would be interested in this old... I doubt he needs this notebook. He's already got a shot. The enormous... I find a...
Mexer ali vai uma coisa, né?
Overflowing...
Hey, you! Don't even think of putting your paws on that shopping cart. Stay away from my stuff, or I swear I'll rip your guts out with my bare hands.
Okay, calm down. Can I ask you a few...
I'll answer anything you want.
Well,
Just be...
Não vai adiantar nada.
time, there's no way.
Uma janela. Bom.
Rod seems upset and worried. What's going on in there? That's Rod's wife. I heard her calling him from the other side of that door that just closed behind him. She looks worn out with those dark circles under her eyes. She looks like she hasn't slept in days. From here, it looks like one of those metal boxes for Danish butter cookies. And judging from how worn it looks, I'd say that it's been reused over and over again. That must be little Colin, Rod's son. He looks unwell. Was that him I heard moaning in pain inside the trailer? It's hard to see clearly through all the grime on this glass. On the other side is the room where Rod and his family have locked the...
Não tem mais nada aqui. Beleza. Será que tem alguma coisa diferente?
I can hear this.
Talvez, né? Não.
It's no use. This oven is empty. There's nothing.
Nada ali, nada aqui.
The old closet, it's like a... Impossible, I'm
Não vai
afraid.
ver nada. Um cara de novo.
Can I ask you a few...
I'll answer.
Sim. Assim, parece que essa opção aqui ele tá em cinza mais. Não tá branco, ele tá cinza.
Tell me about Rod.
Well, what then?
Stupid do-good?
Well, he had...
You said he had...
yes.
I don't know. I still haven't seen him.
Well,
Não,
Well,
just...
acho que não faz diferença.
nothing but good God.
Caramba. Não tem outra opção ali, né?
That's odd.
Colocar a tampa aqui em cima.
Let's see. I could swear that the lid is just the right size for this drum. Perfect.
Damn it! What's going on? This damn shithole is going to be the end of us.
I'll have to do this quickly before this man stops coughing.
Kill us all.
Well, let's see what
That's
we have.
what they want.
Ugh. I don't see anything but rotten food, tattered clothes, and trash. Wait a minute. It seems like there's also a small billfold with a bunch of credit cards. What the hell is this guy doing with so much plastic money? I have no intention.
Kill us
There's
all.
nothing.
That's what they want.
This guy's in. This guy's in.
Abrir aqui. Não,
I don't see any way to use.
não aqui. Aqui dentro. Abrir aqui o carro.
Let's see if I can do this.
Abre.
Good. The mechanism gave way in the first try, but the car is trashed. For my sake, I hope that guy outside never finds out about this. Not just yet. I'm grateful to Rod for his hospitality. I won't take...
Whisky. Pegar uns pano. Olhar o pano.
For now, it's just a pillowcase. The pillowcase is quite large. It's not going to fit... Okay, let's see how well this protruding bed spring can cut.
As filhas. No pé dele.
That's a good idea. But these bandages, if I use them like... I'll use a little of what's in the bottle to soak the bandages. Here goes. I'll use the bandages on my foot. I hope the alcohol is enough to keep it from getting infected. Let's pray this improvised remedy doesn't lead to a delightful case of gangrene.
What bastard put a lid on the drum? You're trying to suffocate me, you bunch of assholes!
I think that guy out there just discovered the reason for his sudden coughing fit.
Some coward in this shithole wanted to suffocate me! Me! Who was it? Who was it? Come back here so I can give you back your lid, you son of a bitch!
Did you hear that noise, Rod? What's going on out there?
I don't know. I'll go have a look. I think it's that poor drunk who's always hanging around the trailer. He's kicking up a fuss again. It's a good thing poor Colin can't hear his insults.
Don't ever say anything like that again, Rod.
I'm sorry, honey. I wasn't thinking.
Vou ver aqui se ele fala alguma coisa, velho.
What are you doing here? Get out of here! You've no business being in this room!
Rod, I'm sorry. But what's going on?
Get out of here, Michael! You didn't see anything, understood? Out! Out! Excuse my outburst, Michael. I shouldn't have behaved that way. It's not like me. But this new world brings out the worst in all of us. It's just that I can't stand to see Colin suffer this way. So for your own good, please, stay away from this room.
Away? Why?
It's no use trying to hide it. You're bound to find out sooner or later. Colin is very sick, and the authorities claim his illness is highly contagious.
Highly contagious? Is he one of the dissolved?
Michael! I won't let anyone use that word in my house! Yes, Colin caught that damn disease.
And what exactly does the disease consist of?
I don't
Agora não
know,
sabe o que
Michael.
faz.
No one really does. The only news is what the army brings us. They say the disease is highly contagious, and it's our duty to turn over all victims to the cleanup brigades. But no one has ever come back after being carried off in one of those ambulances. No one. So we can't let them take Colin, do you understand?
Yes, of course I understand.
They say that all the victims are condemned, that there's no salvation for anyone, that at the end of their suffering and their trances lies certain death. I think that even the army is afraid of the victims. Really strange things happen around them, Michael. Things you wouldn't believe.
What things happen around people infected with the disease?
Strange things with no possible explanation. In their trances, they go places, Michael. They bring back information. They know things. They talk to people who are no longer with us. And we've been living like this for weeks. The things that are happening around Colin are getting more and more confusing and hard to bear.
Talking to the dead? Jesus. This man's nerves are shot from the exhaustion and stress.
Será que pode ser alguma coisa que ele viu do futuro? O Colin tá vendo também, mas por ser uma criança ele não entende.
But how did Colin get infected?
We don't know. No one knows how the disease is spread. The only thing we know is that the disease appeared after the catastrophe, and that it's spreading like wildfire.
So the Great Wave brought the dissolved with it?
Yes, but don't use that word again. Not in this house, anyway. It's so cruel and disrespectful. In effect, that's the only thing we know for sure about all this insanity. The Great Wave took everything from us and left us with this epidemic.
What's happening to Colin is terrible. If only there was something I could do.
Well, Michael, you can help us. I'm convinced that our finding you was no coincidence. You've got to help us.
But you said yourself that all the victims are condemned. What can I do?
No, all is not lost. In the camp, there are rumors of a cure. It seems that in the city, on the other side of the fence, the victims have access to a drug. But we can't get it here. And my contacts out there, well, let's just say they can't do anything to help.
So there's a drug that can cure them.
Yes, but they say that producing it takes a long time and is very expensive. And so it's reserved for city dwellers who can afford to pay for it. Get us that drug, Michael. I beg of
Aquela
you,
coisa de
please.
só rico pode pagar,
Colin's
né?
time is running out.
Getting involved looks dangerous. I saw that shooting out there. There's also the possibility of infection.
Infection? Are you afraid for your life, Michael? Without... What's more, I could help you in return. I could help you get back what you lost, don't you see?
Give me back what I lost? But you hardly know me, Rod.
I know the essential part, Michael. I know that you're a blankhead.
Blankhead? What the devil does that mean?
A blankhead is a person with no memories, who can't remember anything. It seems that the Great Wave had an enormous neurological impact on certain people, Michael. You're not the only one, or even the worst case. There are people who even forgot how to talk and how to walk after the explosion. Some ended up dying of starvation. They forgot what food looked like, how to chew it, even that eating was a necessity. You can consider yourself lucky. You still remember how to keep yourself alive. And that's the important thing. The natural recovery process is slow. It can take months, if at all. Listen to me, Michael. A man without memories is just a shadow, or even worse, he's nobody. I still have some contacts out there. I was an important man in the municipal government.
Não, o cara
I
acertou
could
pelo
trace your
menos.
name, your data in public records, your fingerprints. I could restore your whole life in the blink of an eye. But please, help us.
I'm grateful for your help, Rod, and for everything you people have done for me. But
Listen to me, Michael. We know that it's possible that our son is condemned to die. In fact, my wife and I have everything prepared for when he leaves us. Our child is the only thing that keeps us holding
tinha
on
falado
in the new
daquilo
world.
antes, né?
Nothing would have any meaning for us without him. So if there is even the slightest chance of saving him, we are prepared to do whatever it takes. Please, Michael, help us. For God's sake, listen to him. He's just a child.
Caramba,
Rod,
pesado.
come in here, quickly!
Bring us that cure, and we'll help you get your life back. Colin is our only hope in this new world. Help us save our future, and I'll give you back your past. I promise you.
Boa frase, né?
Goodbye, Michael.
no, Rod, wait. Bring a drug? Is he out of his mind? That man wants me to put his son's life in my hands? I can barely remember who I am. And I probably wouldn't last more than a few hours out there. But Rod was right. A man without a past is nothing more than a shadow. He offered to help me get my life back, my memories. So if I want answers, I have only one possible course of action: to get that drug. Wait a minute. Before leaving, I should write down everything important I find out in this notebook. It might come in handy if, as Rod says, I'm one of the blankheads the Great Wave left in its wake.
eles, né? Então,
Can I ask you a few questions?
será que ele vai ter alguma coisa? Não.
Well, there's no way.
Mas fica com o sapato depois mais. Vem pra cá. Opa.
Damn it. What's going on?
Bom,
It's amazing. Everything's changing again.
ele tá vendo um futuro distante, né?
Everything is mutating. And I haven't even moved. I don't
Agora um futuro
understand.
bem
I don't
distante.
understand anything.
A quick glance can find against their.
Tá. Vou ali só pra ver primeiro, né?
Dozens of bullet marks and some trails of fresh blood dripping down the wall. Oh my god. This corner of the camp stinks of. A small military sentry box with no door. So narrow that the soldier on duty can hardly turn around inside. It's the trio of soldiers who guard the camp. And if their expressions are anything to go by, they're as violent and unyielding as the barbed wire surrounding this dump.
Tá, vou tentar falar com eles.
Where do you think you're going, Rat? No one leaves here without a pass, unless it's with a bullet between the eyes.
Yes, and we can take care of that for you if you don't get away from that gate. Come on, stick your neck out. We could use a little entertainment tonight.
What's the matter, Rat? Cat got your tongue?
I think it's best if I get away from the gate. I'm afraid their threats are deadly serious. Sorry, guys. I'm not looking for trouble. You say that I can only get out of the camp with a pass. Where can I get one?
Only soldiers and moles have passes for entering and leaving the camp. And you don't look like either one of those things. So get lost.
Well, sometimes we can make an exception, but only if the person who wants to leave is generous enough. And why exactly do you want to leave the refugee camp? What did you lose on the other side of the fence, Rat?
Tá. Acho que não vou falar a verdade, né?
I've heard things are better in the city. Is that true?
Yeah, what do you care? If you're gonna die in this dump anyway.
Get the idea of leaving right out of your head. There's no place for rats like you on the other side of the fence. Unless you want to take a walk in Suicide Park. Do you want to become a Dark Star, Rat?
Now quit bothering us and get lost.
Tá.
Let's talk about
Tá, não
something
vou
else.
falar da criança, não.
I won't bother you anymore.
Get lost.
Tá. Eu preciso achar alguma coisa pra abrir a porta do carro ali. Mais rápido.
She's a very young woman, practically a girl. She's playing by herself with some junk she found among the scrap metal and trash.
Hello, Mr. Sleepyhead.
Excuse me? What did you call me?
You're Mr. Sleepyhead. I saw you sleeping in Colin's trailer. I'm so glad you're awake now.
I wasn't asleep. I was sick for a long time in that trailer.
No, you weren't sick. You were sleeping. Like,
Okay.
sometimes I used to watch you sleeping in Rod's house, and you would grunt in your sleep like a bear. A great big lazy bear, Mr. Sleepyhead. But I'm glad you're awake now. I like your voice. You sound like a knight in a fairy tale.
Ah,
Mr. Sleepyhead? No, that's not my name. I'm Michael.
No, you're just trying to fool me. You're Mr. Sleepyhead. My name is Rose.
There's something odd about this girl's behavior. It's true that she's very young, but she talks like a little girl. Nice to meet you, Rose.
acho que ela tem algum problema relacionado à explosão, né?
So, do you know Rod and Colin too?
Of course. I go over to their house a lot. Well, when they let me out of the van, that is. Rod and his wife have been very nice to me. Sometimes they let me play with Colin. We're very good friends. Are you a friend of Rod's and Colin's too, Mr. Sleepyhead?
Yes, I'm friends with them too.
Do you want me to tell you a secret, Mr. Sleepyhead?
Of course.
I have your old clothes. The ones you were wearing when Rod and his wife found you. I have them in the van. They were going to throw them away, but they gave them to me to wrap my baby in. It'll be cold now that winter's coming.
Your baby? You have a baby, Rose?
Yes, I have a baby, but he's not with me right now. He got lost. Have you seen him? Do you know where he is? I have another secret to tell you, Mr. Sleepyhead.
Back in the van, Rose, now. Move your ass. Get in there.
Another secret? Just a minute. Wait!
Get in that van, Rose.
It's a very important secret, Mr. Sleepyhead. Something about you. Something about before the Great Wave. But first I have to find my baby. Have you seen him?
Come on, Rose, you heard me. You don't want to get us mad now, do you?
I have to go. Goodbye, Mr. Sleepyhead.
Poor girl.
Caramba.
She's obviously mentally ill. She's just a little girl in a grown-up's body.
And you? If you want to go in there with her, you gotta pay like everybody else.
Dó todo mundo? Como assim, cara? Como assim? Tá.
Hey, you guys.
You talking to us?
Tá.
Let me into the van. I just want to talk to Rose for a few minutes.
Of course, it's none of our business what you want to do with her. But if you go into the van, you gotta pay the price.
Got any money on you?
No, I don't have any on me.
Then come back when you do and quit bothering us. We have a very busy schedule, you know?
The girl said something about a secret involving me. Something from before the Great Wave. It seemed important. But what is it? Maybe it was a product of her madness. But I need to talk to her inside that van to get some answers. I'll come back with the money.
Now that sounds much better. I see that we're starting to speak the same language.
That poor girl's not right in the head. She acts like a little girl. How can you people be so unscrupulous?
Rose is an adult. She's earning a living. Like we're all trying to in this camp.
Mind your own business, pal.
You're abusing a poor, disturbed girl.
Us? Taking advantage of Rose? Us? You want to insult us?
We're giving her room and board. She's got nothing to complain about. But she's got to work. That's the only thing we ask of her in return. That's the way things work now.
Bring us the money, then you can get in the van with her. Hey, do us a favor and spare us all that sanctimonious crap from the old world, pal. Don't waste our time.
Caramba, né?
An enormous rusty tank designed to collect rainwater. Everything indicates that the Great Wave wiped out the concept of running water in one fell swoop. At least on this side of the fence. This noisy electric generator seems very old and decrepit, but it works.
Se eu for mexer aqui, eles vão falar comigo alguma coisa, né?
What exactly do you think you're doing?
Hey, pal. Touch that generator and you're a dead man. My partner and I don't kid around when it comes to defending what's ours. That clear?
Extremely. I was just curious and wanted to see this relic up close. You don't have to get nervous. A thick wall of scrap metal. Debris. It's a good 20 feet high. I can't believe it manages to stay up.
Tem alguma outra coisa? Tantos não. Tá. Do outro lado agora. Para aqui.
Someone placed a bunch of those rusty drums up against the wall. Ugh. They smell like liquor and industrial oil. Oh, Jesus. The cocktail of odors is nauseating. dented, dirty, and in pretty bad shape. In this corner of the camp, dozens of stored drums stacked chaotically. What the devil could be in them? And who might want to keep them here? Another camp inhabitant. Hello.
Hello, son. Would you like to get a little closer to the fire?
Thanks, mister. This is a rather isolated part of the camp. What are you doing here?
Well, I'm waiting. That's all. Just waiting.
You're waiting. And what is it you're waiting for exactly?
Nothing in particular. The usual. For the fire to go out, for sunrise, for it to get cold again. I'm waiting for something to change, or for everything to stay as it is. I'm just waiting. You're too young to understand.
Putz. Tá literalmente esperando morrer mesmo. Putz. Pesado, né?
It's starting to get cold. Where's your tent? Or your trailer?
Yes, I had a tent once. They issued me one when I decided to enter the refugee
Valeu
camp
pelo
after the
follow,
Great Wave.
Veneziano.
Trailer was out of the question. They
Mais
went to the families with the best contacts. Ah, you know how it is. Even in purgatory, some people are more equal than others.
Aí. Vou resolver. Tudo bot. Não consegue falar, né?
You say that you decided to enter the camp. Does that mean that people weren't forced to come here?
No, of course not. Why would they have to force us? The catastrophe hit the city hard. Those of us who had lost our homes were invited to come here. In principle, it was temporary, just until the authorities got the situation under control and started rebuilding. We used to have food, water, and a place to sleep.
But now it's more like a prison camp than a refugee center. What happened?
I don't really know. I guess something went wrong. The new housing they promised us never got built. And in the end, the army seized control of the camp. The food ran out, and then the water supply. Nobody bothered to replace them. Seems like our lives didn't matter anymore.
I see.
In time, things in here started to get very ugly. There were riots, uprisings, and the army decided to close the gates of the camp without any notice. One day they decided that no one could enter or leave here. Well, actually, people still could. Enter, that is. Now, this is where anyone who gets in the way in the city ends up. Or anyone they don't know what to do with.
So, this has turned into something like a concentration camp.
That's right, son. That's exactly what it is. You know, it's funny. I remember when my father told us about the war in Europe, about all the persecution, the deportations, those overcrowded cattle cars. That all sounded to us like an old movie, an old horror movie. And look at us now. I guess some things never change. They just stop being visible for long enough for us to forget about them.
Marca um negócio aqui.
And where's your tent now?
It was stolen from me a while back. They fetch a good price on the black market now.
Stolen? But how could anyone...
You seem to be new in the camp, am I right? These things happen nowadays. It's best to take things as they come. The reality of the new world is very simple, son. The soldiers and the moles do whatever they like on this side of the fence. And the hunter and his men run the black market and all the dirty rackets. I suggest you memorize all this.
The hunter? I've exchanged a few words with him, but I hardly know him. Yes. The man who protected me during all the shooting. He seems like someone with good connections and some answers. Could he know anything about the drug for treating the dissolved? Do you know where I can find him?
You can find him in those barracks at the back. That's his... well, let's say it's his logistics office. Now, the hunter is very dangerous. Watch your step around him and his men. I happened to meet his father when he was young. He was a violent, degenerate son of a bitch. A real asshole. And I'm afraid his son has followed in his footsteps.
Let's talk about something else. So tell me, is there any way to get out of the camp?
I'm sorry, son. The only way to get out of this camp is to know someone important who can pull strings for you. Or to become a camp mole. Those traitorous scumbags have gate passes.
I see.
I'm not surprised you want to get out of this shithole. You've no doubt got something to do or someone to find out there. Well, they say things are better in the city. That there's order and that things are starting to function again. But who knows? Well, at least they have Reverend Blake and the consolation of Suicide Park.
Suicide Park? What's that?
Não é nome muito legal, né?
Ah, just a song that drifts into the refugee camp from the other side of the fence now and then. And the first dark stars come out to hang from the sky. We could sit and count them together, you and I, when the sun departs from Suicide Park. I'm sure you still have some hopes, some dreams. I'm afraid you're just too young to understand it.
Who's Reverend Blake?
He's a preacher who sometimes comes from the city to bring us a little comfort. Now, some people make jokes about him, but many of us believe that he's a prophet. You should hear him speak sometime. His words etch themselves deeply into your soul. That's why he has so many followers inside and outside the camp.
And what was the extent of the Great Wave's impact? How are things beyond the city?
Truth is, I couldn't tell you. In the first days, the chaos was so overwhelming that no one worried about anything beyond their own backyard. We victims were disoriented, cut off from the world. Then I came into the camp and news from far-off places doesn't reach this prison. I'm afraid you'd have to leave here to get the answer to that question.
I should be going on my way. Have a pleasant wait, mister. Okay, here goes. It's impossible to budge these drums at all. I don't know what they contain, but whatever it is, it weighs a ton.
Deus.
This bright light leaves no doubt about where the entrance to the building is. There are some insects fluttering around it that end up getting scorched by the heat and dropping dead. It's a thick cable that runs along that building's roof, but I can't see it very well from here. It's too high.
Vamos entrar ali.
Only accept cash, we also barter. We accept anything of value. That excludes checks, naturally.
What do you sell here?
Anything you can eat or drink. Anything that fits into a box or a bottle. For other types of goods, talk to the hunter directly. What do you need? Liquor, tobacco, food?
At the moment, I don't need anything like that, but I'll keep it in mind. Thank you. I saw a bunch of barrels stacked up at the entrance to the building. Just out of curiosity, what's in them?
Nothing. Just some things that need to be stored. Take my advice, pal. Keep your nose out of the hunter's business if you want to keep it on your face.
Okay, it was just curiosity. I'm not really interested in...
Outros itens. Área. Vindo do lado ali.
Mike, my friend, it's nice to see you again.
Hi.
Guys, this is my friend Mike. He's new around here. We met at one of the cleanup brigade's latest parties. Isn't that right, dude? Pull up a seat and have a drink. We like to be hospitable to newcomers.
Something tells me I shouldn't accept that drink. That it's not a good idea. Not anymore. No thanks, I don't drink.
Okay, Mike, whatever you say. But I'm not accustomed to people turning down a drink. At least, not in my own establishment, in front of my men. So tell me, what brings you here?
Tell me,
ainda.
why do they call you the hunter?
That's a good question, Mike. You know my real name is Hank, but no one calls me that anymore. Now I'm the hunter, because I can find you what you want, when you want it. You know, it doesn't matter where it is, how fast it runs, or where it tries to hide. The new world gave me a new name and a new life.
A new life?
Yeah, a new life. It's hard to explain, dude. But I think in a way, you and I are similar, Mike. That's why I like you. Let me explain it to you. It was the Great Wave. The Great Wave that changed and purified everything. The old world was a messy, complicated, and unjust place.
Religioso, né?
After the Great Wave, everything became crystal clear. When all the old laws disappeared, only one rule remained. You gotta do what you gotta do. It's that simple. And that's the universal law that puts each of us in our rightful place. Do you follow me?
You gotta do what you gotta do. Sounds like a handy way to justify anything and everything, even the indefensible. Yes, Hank, I follow you perfectly.
I knew it. I knew you'd get it straight off, Mike. But don't call me Hank. I told you, that guy died in the Great Wave.
Tá. Não, amigo meu. Ah, vou ter que falar do moleque.
A friend of mine is in a bad way. I need to know if there's a drug that can help the dissolved. And how to get it.
A friend of yours, huh? Friendship is important, Mike. The camp is a very tough place. And you have to be loyal to your people. I like your gesture. Do I know this person?
No, I don't think so.
I see. Well, look, dude. I've heard something about that cure. But I don't know if it's true or just a camp legend. Sometimes desperation leads to wishful thinking. You know how it is. But if that drug exists, I can think of only one place you'll be able to find it.
Where?
There's a small medical center on the outskirts of the city. It's more like a pharmaceutical warehouse, but it's heavily guarded. I'd bet my bottom dollar that's where they keep anything that valuable. Maybe you should take a look at that building, if you can find a way out of this hellhole, that is. And I can't help you with that. You know I like you, dude. Let me give you a piece of advice. Stay away from those untouchables. From the dissolved. They won't bring you anything but trouble.
I should be going.
Fine, Mike. You're welcome anytime. Remember, dude, here we can get you whatever you need. No questions asked.
Eu
Hello again.
tocar. Tá.
I'm not really.
Greetings, pal. What's this? Are you proposing a trade? Because if you are, you came to the right place. What do you need? Liquor? Cigarettes? Food?
At the moment, I don't need anything like that. But I'll keep it in mind. Thank you.
Tá, não pegou nada. Tá, vamos só sair. Será que o homem aqui ele aceita pra esquentar um pouco?
Better not. If I give this bottle away, somebody will just drink it. And what's worse, I wouldn't have it.
Vou colocar um pouco aqui.
They're used and empty. I prefer to hold on to it.
Ah, as latinhas junto. Jogar as latinhas aqui de algum jeito na lâmpada.
It doesn't look like it's having. The cable's too high.
Opa, não, não. Ah, cliquei errado.
Okay. It's impossible. It's a thick cable but I can't. The cable's. The cable.
No chão. Tem nenhum desses pra cá. Tá. Vou dar outra pra ele.
I don't think it's a good.
As latinhas pra ele. Mas a latinha pode abrir aqui, será?
They're used and dented.
Não.
This guy already has enough junk in his shopping.
Tá, não tem muita coisa ainda. Tá.
Why would I give the cans to anyone? They're empty. There's not a single drop of.
Essa da bebida pra eles.
Better not. If these guys are unpleasant sober, I had to imagine.
Colocar aqui no gerador que dá problema.
I'm afraid that the fuel that powers this generator isn't made from barley.
Vou colocar metal junto ali pra dar
I
problema.
don't quite see how I could use this here.
Tal. Tá. Aqui ele só vai sair mesmo. Ah.
A woman with a dirty, unkempt. Does her distress have anything to do with the condition of this house?
Hey, you filthy rat! Get out of my house! Do you hear me? Out!
Forgive me.
We've got nothing left for you to steal. Go back to your sewer, you filthy rat! Scram!
No, you've got it all wrong. I haven't come to take anything. But wait a minute. I recognize you. Weren't you with the man they shot out there a while back?
Yes, my name is Misha, and that man is my husband.
But what happened? Why did they shoot your husband?
It's all your fault. All because of you camp rats. One of you reported him for harboring a dissolved. And those army pigs opened fire without even caring who they were aiming at, or how hard my husband had worked for them.
So the lady the cleanup brigades took away from this house was a dissolved.
That was my mother. I'm never gonna see her again. Damn filthy rats. Are you satisfied? It was you people that brought death to this family.
Why is everything all over the floor? Were you robbed?
They left us nothing. Those envious rats took everything. They'd been hanging around waiting for days. It seems like those bums have a sixth sense about where a dissolved is being hidden. When they saw my husband injured and lying on the ground, they forced their way in and looted our house.
Bums? Envious rats? Who are you talking about exactly?
Them! All of them! Everyone living here in this camp envies us. They envy who we are, what we have, our privileges, our army contacts.
So they envy you because your husband is a mole. Is that right?
Don't call him that, you worm! He collaborates with the forces of law and order. That's his job.
And in his collaboration with law enforcement, wasn't turning in others of the dissolved one of your husband's duties?
Shut up! Shut up! You envy us too! You're just like the rest of the rats in this camp. And what are the three of us gonna do when my husband's gone? We'll lose everything. The house, the money, our privileges.
You said the three of us. Is there someone else in the family?
We have 2 children, 2 small boys. And in this camp, envy eats away at everybody. Now we'll be outcasts. No one will help us when my husband is gone. Winter will come, our money will run out, and my children will starve. Those 2 brats wear me down with their antics. I have to chase after them all the time, but they're my children, and none of this is their fault.
How is your husband?
He's badly injured. One of the bullets went through his stomach. He's not gonna make it. He's really suffering. He's in excruciating pain. If we at least had some morphine to ease his pain.
What privileges are you going to lose?
As a collaborator, my husband always received special treatment from the army. More generous rations of food and water. A little money, clothes, a treat now and then for the kids. And now all of that's gonna end. We won't be able to leave the camp. When he dies, they'll take away his gate pass. We'll die locked up in here. Like you rats.
Did she say a gate pass? Listen, Misha, I can help you.
And just how are you gonna help us, rat?
There's something important I urgently need to get from the other side of the fence. While I'm out there, I could also get some morphine for your husband. I've heard that things are better in the city. It shouldn't be too hard for me to find some. But first I need to get out of the camp.
Like I told you, my husband has a pass that gets him through the gate. I could lend it to you, but I don't trust you. I don't trust you or any other filthy rat in this camp. Beat it! Get out of here!
If I want to get my identity back, I need that drug for the dissolved. And to get it, I have to leave the camp. I have to do whatever it takes to gain this woman's trust. No matter how unpleasant I find her screams and insults. Listen to me. I'm not just another camp rat. I'm your friend. I want to be your friend. You told me you were worried about winter coming. Let me help you. I'll bring you food. Food for your children. Then will you trust me?
I don't know. Bring me the food first. First you bring me food for my children, and then we'll talk about that pass.
I'll do it.
Tá. Espera. Onde aí? Tá, então eu vou usar provavelmente a garrafa lá para pegar comida. Poderia tentar usar ela como morfina aqui pro cara, né?
She wants me to get her some food, but she didn't say anything.
Tá. Vamos ver se ela deixa entrar. Deixa eu ver. outra cena.
Oh no. Here comes that sensation again. It's like floating in a dense liquid, while everything around me is transformed.
Tudo destruído.
Good God. I think I'm starting to lose my mind. These kids must be the children of the... Isn't it awfully late for two kids this young to be out here by themselves? The older one can't be more than 10 or 11. Hi, kids.
Hello, sir.
What are you up to?
We're doing target practice. We're going to be real good shots. Someday, we'll get those pigs who shot Dad.
How awful. These children must have seen the cleanup brigades shoot their father out there. Poor kids. And how is the target practice going?
Bad at the moment. We need a real target, or we'll never be able to hit those soldiers.
Yeah, we need a better target. Hey, quit talking to that rat. He's not one of us. You know what Mom and Dad say about the people in the camp. Leave my brother alone. Get lost, rat.
Yeah, you're not one of us. Get lost, rat.
Só repetiu mesmo a frase.
I'm not gonna pick them up. I'm sure it took the kids a long time to collect all those rocks for their target practice. Besides, I bet my aim is worse than theirs. One of the many sentry towers surrounding the camp. And inside each and every one of them, there's a sniper, armed to the teeth and itching to shoot something.
Tem uma outra coisa aqui.
The view from here is incredible. Until you get a look from this side, it's impossible to get an idea of the true size of the refugee camp. Better not. I have no interest in going in.
Tem uma outra coisa aqui.
Nothing of interest. But wait a minute. A pack of filter cigarettes trapped under the drawer. I guess whoever looted this, or perhaps wasn't a...
Don't even think about touching anything in this house, rat. Haven't you done me and my family enough harm already? You're just a lousy thief, like all the other cockroaches around here. Get out of here.
No, wait, you're confused. I just wanted to clean up this mess a little. I just want to help you, okay?
Oh, yeah? Keep your hands off our things, you filthy rat. Understand?
Of course. Understood. Whew. Some of the drawers have been torn out of this old... Now they're torn apart and spread out all over the room. Someone knocked over that enormous bookcase with all its books. And considering what it must have weighed, several people... Clothes, knickknacks, and broken furniture. There's no question.
Tem outro lado que eu não vi ainda, né? Eu vou no bar. Agora eu troco aqui por comida.
Greetings, pal. Are you proposing a trade? What do you need?
I'm still interested in that box of food you offered me. I brought you this.
Let me see. It's a good brand of whiskey. But the bottle's been opened, and there's a lot missing. I'd take it, but I'd need something more.
I'm afraid I have nothing more that can interest you.
Too bad, pal. Come back with something more than just that bottle, and the food's yours. You know how it works. We accept everything. Cash, jewelry, liquor, cigarettes.
Cigarro. Tá, eu tenho que pegar o cigarro lá da mulher de qualquer jeito.
It's Misha. Hello again.
They shot him! And what are the three of us gonna do when... We'll lose everything!
The three of you. I've already talked to your two boys out there.
Those two brats wear me down with their antics. I have to chase after them all the time.
They're just children.
What do you know, you rat? I have to run after them all the time. Those kids don't give me a minute's peace. It's exhausting.
I should be. Give me that pass for getting out of the camp.
I don't
Okay. They're used and dented. Use this here. They're used and dented.
Ah, posso dar as latinhas pros moleques pra eles mirar. Ah.
Thank you. Now we'll really be able to become the best shots in the camp.
So now you're saying this rat isn't a rat?
No, I'm not. My name is Michael.
Hello, Michael.
So tell me, why do you want to throw rocks at those
Daqui eu já
soldiers?
saberia uma
We
coisa
have to
mais.
get
Tudo bem.
revenge. We're big boys now. And that's what we gotta do. Those pigs shot our dad. We heard him screaming. He's hurt real bad.
Mom said we'll never see him again.
Damn pigs! My brother and I are gonna get them. All of them.
But when they were Dad's friends, you used to say you wanted to be a soldier when you grew up.
Shut up. That was before. I wish I could reach those watchtowers with my rocks.
Yeah, wouldn't that be great?
That's not a bad idea. Something tells me that a little commotion along the barbed wire fence would be a good thing for everyone. It's pretty late for kids like you. What are you doing out in the street at this hour?
Hey, we're not kids. We have to practice our marksmanship. Our mom gets real mad when we do it inside the house. It's not like we have anywhere else to go in this dump.
Nowhere else to go? So you don't go to school? Don't you have any friends from school?
There is no school. Not since the explosion.
Our mom says we don't need it anyway. We're big boys now, and someday we'll be very important people in the camp. Just like our dad. That's why we don't hang out with the other kids around here. Our parents say they're rats. They'd be a bad influence on us.
Yes, we're going to be brave and strong, like our dad. Right, Michael?
Of course you will. I need your help, boys.
How can we help you, Michael?
I have to get something from inside your house. It's something I need so that I can help your father. Understand? But your mother is very agitated, and I need you to give me a hand with her. It's a mission.
What do you want us to do, Michael?
I need you to get your mother out of the house for a few minutes. Just long enough for me to go in and get what I need. Do you think you can do that?
Of course, we're big boys.
I'll owe you. I promise to give you a reward.
Okay, let's do it.
A mission.
Tá. Vou pegar a máscara.
I'm not going to pick them up. I'm sure. Besides, I bet my
Pegar o cigarro.
Oh, my head! What the hell's going on? God, my head feels like it's gonna explode.
Michael, please, help us, help us. Please, remember, Beechwood Oracle.
Repent! It's the sun! Was it our fault? Did we do it? Yes! We did it!
Caramba.
Enough! Please! Enough!
Please, Michael, help us. Only you can do it.
Quem morreu ali?
Beechwood Oracle.
Good God, what are these images? And that woman's voice. It's the same one that woke me up in the trailer. I'm trying to remember. And stop tormenting me.
I hope Rod helps me find some answers. If not, I'll go mad. Absolutely mad.
Tá. Agora eu vou lá trocar. Ali.
Greetings, pal. Are you proposing a trade? What do you need?
I'm still interested in that box of... I brought you this pack of...
Virginia tobacco. There's not much of this in the camp. That's a good start, but it's not enough. The pack's been open and several
Would a bottle of liquor do?
Fantastic. I think that's a fair price. I'll take both of them. Here you go, pal. The food package is all yours. Enjoy it in good health.
Não é muito, né?
The box says, Government Rescue Campaign. Sales of these foodstuffs is prohibited. I have no doubt whatsoever. The hunter and his men must have lost their scruples in the Great Wave. That is, if they had any to begin with. Here, this is what I promised you.
That's all the food you brought? This will barely feed us for 2 days.
I'm sorry, it's very complicated getting more in the camp. I only wanted to show you that you can trust me, that I can help you.
That's what all you rats in this trash heap say? But in the end, only thing you're interested in is taking advantage of my husband and me.
I've held up my part of the bargain. Isn't that proof enough? Listen, let me have that pass to get out of the camp, and I promise I'll come back with the morphine you need to ease your husband's suffering.
Okay. But you better hurry. Here.
What's this? A bracelet?
It's like an ID badge. Wear it and the soldiers will recognize you. It won't just get you out of the camp. It'll also help you avoid all kinds of problems with the army once you reach the city. I'm not sure I'm doing the right thing by giving it to you. Just don't betray me, you rat. Bring me that morphine from my husband, and I promise you, I'll give you lots of money. Much more money than you could earn in a lifetime in this shithole.
No, that's not necessary. We never said anything about money.
I have to know you're coming back. I don't trust any of you. And I know that money is the only thing that'll make you keep your word. All you camp rats are alike. Now get out of my sight, and don't make me regret this. And don't come back without my husband's morphine. There'll be a fat wad of cash waiting for you.
Okay.
Ajude or a rose stuff. Essa aqui é outra folha, não. Essa aqui já era outra folha. Não tinha salvo nenhuma vez. Tá.
Clean and well maintained. This bike is without, although... I don't mean to bother you, but could I ask...
Hey, it seems like we...
Nice motorcycle.
It is, isn't it? It's ours. So get anywhere near it, and you'll end up against that wall.
You don't have the authority to touch it, or point at it, or even look at it.
Dare to touch it with your grubby hands, and you're a dead man. I guarantee it. Got it?
Okay, understood. I won't bother.
Get...
Tá, então aqui eu pego. Mas pra isso.
Go through that gate, and I'll blow your head off with one shot, rat.
Do you need to get a closer look at what I have on my wrist?
Wait a minute. Look, he's got on one of those ID bracelets the camp moles wear. Those cockroaches are very useful to us in here. Lower your gun and let him leave.
You heard him. Get out of here, rat.
It's the charred remains of a tree trunk, fighting to keep from being devoured by the enormous hole in the ground. For the moment, it's holding its own. It seems firmly rooted in the soil. It looks like there are some chiseled stone structures sticking out of the water. What are they? The remains of columns, perhaps? And what are they doing sunk here in the middle of nowhere? It seems like a small fragment of one of them is loose. I can't reach it from here. Maybe I should find a way to get to the bottom of this enormous hole first.
Tá, nada ali. Tá, aqui. Verdade. Ah, não. Tá, botei errado. Encanamento aqui.
A few yards away, I can see a great mass of trash, mud, and plant matter that accumulated in there in the years since this water outlet was last cleaned. Ugh. Even from here, I can smell the stench coming from inside. A few yards away, I can see Impossible. It's beyond my reach. The bars are keeping me from getting there. Thick bars at the end of the pipe block the opening to the outside. Extremely hard and solid, I'm afraid.
Tá. O túnel.
Impossible.
Ah, não dá pra pegar.
From here, I can see how the road, one leads, another leads, and the third disappears into the distance, beyond the last hill.
Tá. Ele aqui.
Any one of these roads will take you someplace, and that. From here, I can see how the road leading out of the refugee camp splits into 3 paths. One leads to a kind of depression in the ground, another leads to a graded water outlet, and the third disappears into the distance, beyond the last hill. Could that be the road leading to the city?
Vai pra cidade.
So, I enter the city. It welcomes me with its most merciless and bitter grimace. What I see before my eyes is not what I expected. Doomsday made it here, too. Even if no one in the refugee camp knows it yet. Damn it. The city looks as bruised and battered by the catastrophe as the rest of us.
Ato 2.
Hello, friend. You look lost. Come over by the fire.
It's dying down, but maybe it'll last until curfew.
As long as those uniformed psychopaths don't decide to end our little get-together first, of course.
Hey, look! One of those magic bracelets from the camp. They say that place is a real hellhole. A kind of living death. So, you've come back from the dead. Do they call you Lazarus?
Well, you could put it that way. You were saying something about a curfew. What time does it start exactly?
Well, it depends on the mood of the soldiers in this zone. But you know it's time to go home when they start taking their guns out of their holsters.
Today they're extremely jumpy. I don't think it'll be long before they start insulting people and hitting them with their rifle butts.
You guys are awfully hard on them. It's just their crude way of showing us affection.
Oh, shut up. In any case, you don't have to worry. That bracelet means you don't have to hide from them. You know that's one of the privileges that comes with it.
And you? Do you people have to hide?
We try to stay out of their way. The first rule is be home before curfew. Anyone who isn't gets dragged off to refugee camp. That's one of the strictest laws the Great Wave imposed upon this city.
And do you know how things are elsewhere? Do you get news from outside?
I'm afraid not. With no communications or transportation, and with the army on every corner, we are totally cut off.
Who cares anyway? When you don't know from one day to the next if you're gonna be alive, there's no time to worry about what happens 100, 1,000, or 100,000 miles away.
I understand. Why are you afraid of the soldiers? I'd heard that things function better here.
I don't know where you heard that, friend, but whoever told you that was lying. Here, things are very ugly and getting uglier every day. Everything's in short supply: water, food, medicine.
We have a surplus of just 2 things: misery and violence. Life is cheap here, and getting cheaper all the time, especially since the army took over.
The army? I see. And what happened to the other authorities? The politicians? The laws?
Those are distant memories from the old world, my dear. Get them out of your head, because all that collapsed like a house of cards. Since the Great Wave, no one's got any plan, strategy. We're all adrift.
He's right. The most reliable thing we have left is what you see around the corner. Armed teenagers in uniform on the streets, on the rooftops, just as scared as we are, or more, and shooting anything that moves.
I think our common destiny is to finally die of starvation, of disease, or boredom. I don't know which of the three options I find the most cruel. Who knows? Maybe the most sensible thing is to organize a group excursion and break into Suicide Park.
Suicide Park? Don't call it that. It's not funny. That name's as stupid as that hospital they built in such a hurry next to it. It's crazy. The entire city is starving and sick, and the soldiers keep those medical facilities locked up like Fort Knox.
But what good is it having medical facilities if no one can use them? I don't understand.
No one does, friend, but that's the way it is. I don't know why anyone would want to go into that building, but I can assure you that they're not going to get treated for anything in there, not even for a miserable cold.
Besides, it's a real fortress. The person would be more likely to come out sick from an overdose of gunpowder and lead. You know how it is, dear. There's no cure for love or death. Hey, I like that last phrase. It would make a good opening line for a story.
Oh, will you shut up for once, Ramon? Don't pay any attention to him. In the old world, he earned his living writing stories, and he still thinks that all that waste paper might someday be useful after the Great Wave.
And in fact, it is. A good deal of that scrap paper is fueling this bonfire right now, dear. So I can consider my literary career to have been worthwhile.
Ironia, né?
Did you say Suicide Park? Someone in the camp told me about that place.
And the first dark stars come out to hang from the sky. We could sit and count them together, you and I.
When the sun departs from Suicide Park. Yes, I recognize the song. But what the hell is it? Is there really a place with that name?
Yes, it exists. After the Great Wave, and when things were starting to get really ugly here, the weakest among us eased their suffering with a bullet, by overdosing, or by jumping from high places. You know how it is. All those dark stars had a hard time finding a reason to go on living.
There was a terrible wave of suicides, and there still is.
The problem is at some point a problem arose. How should I put it? A serious logistical problem. Access to drugs and firearms became practically impossible. So the easiest thing was to grab a rope or a belt and go to Suicide Park after dark.
There was a time when it was hard to find a free branch anywhere in the park.
The suicides in the area multiplied at such a rate that the army closed down the park. They said for public health reasons.
For months, the only thing blooming in that park were the corpses of the hanged. The place became more like a theme park. Lots of fun for everyone.
I told you not to make jokes about that. Don't you have any respect for anything?
Of course not. That was one of the many things I lost in the Great Wave. And one of the things I missed the least, believe me.
Thanks for the chat.
Thanks for the company, friend.
It's the silhouette of the soldiers guarding the street from around the corner. It seems like those uniformed psychopaths' rifles are projected onto each and every corner of the city. The traffic in this part of the city must have been especially heavy, but now you can barely hear the sound of the few army vehicles still circulating in the surrounding areas. What the hell is that old man trying to do with that enormous pair of bolt cutters? He can hardly get his hand.
Help me, please! Help me! Don't let them find me in the street after curfew. They'll take me to the refugee camp. Help me, please! But don't make any noise. There's a patrol just round the corner.
But what is it you need me to do?
It's almost curfew. I need a place to sleep. I need a place to hide, or they'll send me to the refugee camp. Don't you understand?
What is all this about a curfew?
At curfew, the soldiers want the streets cleared. And the way they see it, if you're out on the street after curfew, it means that you've got nowhere to go. You don't have a home. You don't belong here. And that makes you a rat. And so they take you to the refugee camp. I can't go to the camp. Understand? I can't go there.
You need a roof over your head, and you don't have anywhere to go.
I used to, but it doesn't exist anymore. I owned an apartment a few blocks from here. The block was badly damaged by the Great Wave, but it was still standing.
And what happened to your home?
This morning, we had to evacuate the area in a hurry. We ran out in the streets with whatever we had on. Apparently, the foundation was starting to crumble. And a few hours later, all that was left of my home was a pile of smoking rubble, with 40 years of memories buried beneath it. But I can't let them take me to the camp. I need to get into another house before the curfew. Please, help me.
Okay, give me those bolt cutters. I'll see what I can do.
This house is empty, but the army has sealed it off. If I can just get this padlock off before curfew, I'll be safe. I need to get in here. But please, don't make too much noise. If the soldiers find us, they won't hesitate.
Sir?
Impossible. I'm sorry. I can't do anything with this.
I need to get in there. I'm
looking for a place. Something like a pharmaceutical warehouse. Would you know anything about that?
I don't really know. There's a small medical center just outside the city limits. I suppose you mean that, right? They built it in a hurry, just knocked it together after the Great Wave. No one really knows what it's for, but there are vehicles going in and out of the place all the time. Whatever they're doing there, they're keeping it very secret. Not even my daughter would tell me what goes on inside.
Did you say your daughter?
Yes, my daughter. My little... I'm afraid she left me. I suppose she got tired of living with a frail, sick old man like me. Because one day she simply left the house. I think she was right to leave me. These times are hard enough. You don't want to burn yourself with someone like me.
I'm sorry. I can't help you.
Help me, please.
What was formerly the entrance to a subway stop is now a bunker reinforced with bricks and cement. A moldy sign says, "Subway service suspended until further notice." I imagine the train tunnels were flooded or ruined after the Great Wave. Let's see. I can try to rip it off. Nothing. I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to get it off with my hands. A metal sign bolted to the wall. It's the logo of the local subway system. And from what I can see...
Será que se eu pegar algo aqui com ele?
I need to get it.
Tá.
Okay.
Vou tentar de novo aqui,
I need... If the...
Vai tentar ali. Não, né? Tá.
I'm sorry.
Tá. Eu não entrei ainda não.
Judging from what remains of the stained glass windows and the murals, This pile of rubble must have been a place of worship before the Great Wave struck. Now it's one of the most badly damaged buildings in the area. There are hardly any walls still standing.
Pra mim tem muita coisa. Tá, vai entrar.
Send us a sign, Lord. We need a sign from you.
Hey, wait a minute. I know that voice.
Are we guilty of arousing your rage? Did we do it? Speak with your tongue of fire, Lord. Purge us with unrelenting justice. Send us a sign. Is this our doing? Are you punishing us for our arrogance? Unleash your thunderous voice, Lord. Release us from this intolerable uncertainty. Did we do it? Send us a sign.
I'm getting a strong impression that man's a fanatic and a little bit deranged. But his sermon made me curious. What could he mean by, we did it?
The ruins of the temple, the lion above the flames. We still have time.
A few parishioners listened to the words of the preacher, mesmerized. Although I'm sure that, like me, they can't decipher the meaning of his mystical rants either.
Illuminate us with your fiery voice, Lord.
This column fragment must have fallen off one of the walls during the catastrophe. Now it's keeping the pedestal of the statue company. Seated on these disarranged pews, some people are listening to the preacher, others just nod off. I guess they don't have anywhere else to go. That must be Reverend Blake, the preacher. I don't understand a word of that man's sermon, and I'm afraid the other faithful don't either. Could that be the reason why everyone reveres him so much? The man's
Send us a sign.
I'm not going to interrupt him in the middle of his sermon. That would be rude. I'm not going to...
Peguei o vidro, posso usar o vidro para cortar aqui.
The ruins of it. I don't think I'd gain anything by using. I wouldn't know how to use these glass shards.
Vamos dar o vidro aqui.
A chain with a padlock. Let's not waste any more.
Vou usar aqui.
I'm afraid I can't. This chain and padlock have this door locked up tight. Whoever did this made sure that no one will be able to...
Tá, vou voltar aqui. Capacidade. Opa!
Oh no. It's starting again. It's amazing. Everything's changing. Everything.
E não tem muitos prédios em pé agora.
Everything is mutating, and I haven't even moved. I don't understand. I don't understand anything.
Eu não consigo usar o vidro aqui agora.
Thick bars are extremely... I wouldn't know how to use these glass... It doesn't look like it.
Tá. Vou botar aqui.
A few buildings are still standing, but most of them are propped up or about to fall down, with a handful of city dwellers in the street that look like automatons, but there's no doubt about it. I'm on the 5th Avenue of Doomsday City. What was for subways I met?
Dá pra quebrar aqui.
I wouldn't know how to... What for? This streetlight is several feet off the ground. I can't reach it. The room...
Não, deixa eu... Ah, tem espaço pra cá.
It's one of the ways into the city's sewer system. The Great Wave wrecked this place. Did the same thing happen down there? A bucolic fountain covered with ivy and moss. The park's desolation gives it an air of mystery from the side of the fence. In its day, it must have been home to a school of goldfish, which I suppose are now gradually decomposing inside it. These are the remains of the fish that used to swim around in the fountain. It looks... Ugh. The smell they... You can smell these dead creatures from several yards away. I have no intention of picking up those rotten fish with my hands, to say nothing of putting them in my pocket.
Será que ele desce aqui?
So, let's see. Impossible. It's not that it's super heavy. It's that there's hardly any place to insert your fingers to lift this manhole cover.
Vou usar as coisas de vidro para abrir buraquinho
I
e
don't quite
colocar.
see how I could...
A música.
This entrance is reserved for authorized motor vehicles only. Get away from it. Move on.
What the hell? Those savages don't... At least I'm...
Vou mostrar aqui para ele.
I'm afraid that this bracelet only works at the entrance to the refugee camp.
Tá.
Closed for public health is written on this piece of wood nailed to the stump. Wait a minute. Health with no A? Judging from its girth, this giant must have lived for hundreds of years before someone got the bright idea of cutting it down. Now the stump is guarding the entrance to the park.
Tá.
I don't think doing... I hate the grating sound of glass being scratched, so I won't do it. They were nailed into it.
Tá. Vou usar esse negócio aqui agora.
Best not to waste time.
Não. Não vai não. Ó. Uma placa aqui.
Use this here? How?
Tá, agora sim eu posso tentar usar a placa aqui.
This plank doesn't quite... I don't think I... This streetlight is several feet... What for? Too many things in my life have already gone up in smoke.
Tá. Posso tentar usar os pregos no negócio aqui para melhorar.
Best not to waste time trying... It doesn't seem like...
Dá pra usar a placa ali pra chegar ali de algum jeito, né? É pequena ali, mas...
I'm afraid I can't do that.
Tá, não. Daqui eu uso a placa. A madeira.
This plank doesn't... It doesn't look like it. This plank...
Tá, também não deu. Será que aqui o cara acabou de falar?
Thunderous voice of your angels through the gash. That is your
Tem uma
sign.
saída dos lados. Ah. Ué?
Oh no. Here comes that sensation again.
Agora ele tá vendo o passado?
It's like floating in a dense liquid. Wow.
Good God. I think I'm starting to lose my...
Angels through the gash. That is your sign.
Considering the condition of the rest of the church, it's amazing that the stained glass window is still in place and practically intact. Such little light that gets in from the street gives it a...
Did we do it? Are we the guilty ones?
Não dá pra falar com nenhum dos caras daqui.
The remains of the stained glass window, the great wave...
Did we do it? Are we the guilty ones?
Tacar madeira no vidro?
I'm afraid it isn't robust enough to break the stained... This enormous stone cross casts a giant shadow across the aisle of the church. Perhaps that wasn't the original intention, but the result is pretty gloomy and menacing.
Nada aqui.
I'm not going to interrupt.
The ruins of the temple, the lion above the flame.
Tá.
A chain with a padlock. Huh. Let's not waste any.
Acho. Prego aqui.
I don't quite see how I could use.
Vidro aqui.
I wouldn't know how to use these glass shards here. Can I ask you a few questions?
I'll answer.
Tá.
Well.
Just.
Tá, não tinha mais nada.
There's nothing.
Vidro quebrado?
This wardrobe isn't mine. This wardrobe. Open or closed. This closet and the rest of the rest.
Não tem nada falando de vidro, nada.
Use this heat. Best not to waste. I don't think I wouldn't know how.
Aqui não. Aqui não dá pra usar os prego nos caras, né?
Those goons demanded money from me in exchange for letting me into the van.
Tentar falar com o Cura de novo. Vou jogar os pregos no fio aqui.
The cable's too high. I'm afraid I can't do.
Hi, Mike. So what brings you here?
What more can you tell me about the dissolved?
Only what the authorities say. And that's all I need to know. The disease is fatal. And they say you can catch it just by breathing next to one of those untouchables. That's why they have to get rid of them as soon as possible. Have you ever seen one of those poor suckers die, dude?
No, I haven't.
Well, you're lucky, Mike. I don't recommend it. It's a horrible spectacle. It goes something like this. After weeks of drifting in and out of their trances, something happens inside their bodies. Something fails all of a sudden. The pain makes them kick and scream like pigs in a slaughterhouse. Then their flesh begins to melt, to become liquid. Do you understand, Mike? That's why they gave it that name. They literally dissolve.
But that's terrible. Those poor people.
On the contrary, dude, those bastards spread the plague. It's them or us. Understand? Anyway, you know how it works. The cleanup brigades tend to be more than generous with responsible citizens who help them with their mission of tracking down the dissolved.
And can't you get hold of some of that drug for me?
I don't get mixed up in things like that, dude. The army has made it very clear. Helping or hiding the dissolved will be severely punished. Not even collaborators are free from reprisals. You saw what happened to that mole. Those pigs are ruthless about this.
What are you talking about, those pigs?
That's camp slang. The soldiers, the cleanup brigades. The inhabitants of this shithole call anyone with a rifle and a uniform a pig. They can blow your head off right on the spot with impunity.
Do the words Beechwood Oracle mean anything to you?
No. Sorry, dude. Doesn't ring a bell. What is it? Some kind of riddle or play on words?
I don't know. Someone told me about it, and I'm curious. That's all. I should be going.
Fine, Mike. Remember, dude, here we can... No question.
Será que os outros aqui sabem alguma coisa?
Hello again.
Ele sabe o nome, né?
Interesting place.
No, pal, don't get the wrong idea. This belongs to the hunt like every other business enterprise here inside. He's the head honcho.
I see. I'm not really interested.
Pra saber se tem uma conversa a mais ali revela alguma coisa. Não.
I should be good.
No.
Lâmpada. Será que apareceu algum diálogo novo com ele?
I still am. That's all I can do.
I should be going.
Did you bring me what?
No, not yet.
Then get out of my sight and don't come back here without that. There'll be a fat wall.
Yes.
Tá, as crianças aqui.
Hello, Michael.
You did a very good job with your mission. I owe you.
Yes. Are you going to give us a reward, Michael?
Of course. You deserve it. Give me time to bring you something.
Yeah.
I have to get.
Dava uns pregos para as crianças.
Those boys are expecting some type of reward, and I don't think they're gonna find this. Those boys are, and I don't.
Madeira.
Those boys, and I don't.
Tá, aqui não vai
Better
entrar.
not. I have no.
Teria que dar um jeito de tirar a visão deles aqui. Pra mexer na moto. Colocar esse prego na moto de algum jeito.
Would I gain anything? I don't think so.
Tá, falei com os outros personagens. Será que tem alguma coisa nova aqui? Não.
I'm so.
Falar com eles
Can
aqui.
I ask you a few questions?
Sure, can't you?
Tá.
What goes on inside that church? Has everyone gone completely crazy?
Are you referring to the pastor and his flock? Oh, don't pay too much attention to them. Reverend Blake is a good man. He helped a lot of people after the Great Wave. But he gradually started to lose his mind until he reached the state he's in now.
Well, I stopped by once or twice to listen to him preach. The days are long. You have to find something to do. I try to go at this time of day. There are fewer people because it's almost curfew time. The Reverend seems obsessed with that atmospheric phenomenon in the sky and with religious themes of guilt and repentance. Although I think he's actually just talking about himself. But the most surprising thing about all this is that he has hundreds of followers. And he's attracting more and more all the time from all over the city. And they even let him into the refugee camp once in a while to preach there. People adore him.
Why does that surprise you? We've been following sane leaders since time began, and look where that got us. Maybe it's time to start following the crazier ones.
Well, that's the most sensible thing I've heard you say all day.
Faz sentido mesmo, né?
Atmospheric phenomenon? Are you referring to the gash in the sky? In the camp, no one knows what it is.
On this side of the fence, the authorities have come up with their own scientific term. atypical controlled turbulence in the upper ionosphere. Though I suppose that's just a fancy way of telling us that they have no idea what the hell it was that split the sky in two after the Great Wave.
It makes my blood run cold when that aberration starts to grind out that noise like a piece of rusty machinery.
I wish those scrambled little clouds up there were the worst of our problems, dear.
Oh, shut up.
Thanks for the...
Será que aqui mudou alguma coisa com ele? Não.
I'm sorry.
Did we do it? Are we the guilty ones?
I'm not going to interrupt him.
Não, ainda não dá pra falar com ele.
Strange. The soil here seems darker and less packed than the soil around it. In fact, the mud in this part of the ground is a bit damp and mushy. My fingers even leave marks in it when I touch it.
Usar a madeira aqui pra cavar?
If I want to dig deeper, this plank won't help me. I need something sharper.
Vidro.
Good idea. I can try to remove the damp earth with these shards of glass. I've managed to excavate a little bit, but these shards of glass are too small and blunt. Maybe I need something bigger that cuts better to make a decent hole.
Uma coisa maior. Não, esse prego não vai ajudar.
Impossible. They're too small. If I want to dig around... If I want to dig deeper, I need...
Vou tentar de novo.
So, let's see. Impossible. It's not that it's super heavy. This fence protects the compound on all four sides, as impenetrable and menacing as the one around the refugee camp. It seems like barbed wire barricades are the only architecture... I'm afraid the plank wouldn't fit between the bars of the park gate. This plank doesn't... It doesn't look like it's having any...
Poderia usar...
Best not to waste time. I don't quite see how I... Best not to waste... Use this here? How? Best not to waste time. I don't think... Best not to...
Caramba. Jogar madeira.
I'm afraid I can't. This plank... Authorized motor vehicles only. The soldiers told me when they were shooting at my feet. Not to set a precedent or anything.
Tá, então aqui em algum momento eu vou ter que pegar a moto dos caras lá e vir aqui com ela. Entrar aqui. Só que vir aqui ele vai dar... negócio, né?
This entrance is...
What the hell? Those savages, at least... This thick wall of trees goes from one end of the compound to the other. It's so dense that you can hardly see anything through it. Who the hell would think to build these facilities without clearing the lot first? The park is closed down, and the front gate is locked shut. If I want to get in there, it won't be through the gate. One area has looser, mushier soil than around. I've managed, but they're too small and blunt to do anything more than scratch.
Tá, preciso achar alguma coisa para conseguir entrar ali, cavar ali. Será que eles têm alguma coisa diferente agora?
Can I ask?
Sure, can't you?
Não.
Thanks for the...
Aqui não vai ter nada novo, eu acho também. Não vai nada novo.
Hey. Hello again. Have you come back to spend?
Is that an electric generator?
Yeah, in this hellhole, you can count them on the fingers of one hand. Nowadays, you can't buy generators like this anywhere. And with the power grid all... We use it to light Rose's room. We like to protect our, investments. So don't get too close to it. These things are very fragile. And they have a bad habit of getting lost. Now, we wouldn't want that to happen, would we?
Let me into the...
Of course, it's none of our... Got any...
No.
Then come back. We have a very...
The girl said something about it. It's... Maybe... I'll come back with the...
Now that...
I don't have...
Vou colocar o vidro ali dentro.
It doesn't look like it.
Vai ter alguma coisa diferente aqui. Ah, tem esse negócio aqui pra pegar, né? Top.
Rod and his family are on the other side. That's where the...
Ele atende.
It's both...
Um pouquinho perdido, né? Pera, deixa eu ver aqui. Porque não tem muita dica ali do que fazer, né?
While not in the best shape, this wood is still too hard to break with the protruding bed spring. I'd only end up scratching or breaking. Best not to waste time. This wardrobe is... The oil lamp is only better enough. This
Porque
there's
não tem
nothing...
nada ali, né?
I don't quite... This plank... The oil lamp is better enough.
Já que tô aqui, deixa eu tentar logo o vidro
Use
aqui,
this
né?
here? I wouldn't know how to use these glass shards. This wardrobe isn't mine. This ward...
Tem que dar pra consertar ali.
Open or closed. This closet transmits the same sensation and the rest of the...
Ele não dá nada de informação.
The mattress... I must... The drum is already giving off enough heat. I don't see any need to stoke... A bunch of shacks. I can't... Nothing but leaky... Good God.
Usar aqui pra abrir a porta, não tentei.
I don't think I'd gain... This plank doesn't quite fit it.
Será que ele fala
Hello,
alguma coisa
Mr.
mais?
I should be going... It's a wooden plank with a badly written message. Why would anyone want that? A piece of wood with a handwritten sign. Closed for public health reasons. Judging from the handwriting and the spelling mistake, I assume the author of the message was one of those animals in uniform.
Tá. Vou usar a placa neles, então.
If they find out that I ripped it off the park entrance, I'm a dead man. So it's better if...
I'm not going to give it to anyone. The entire world is turned into a trash heap.
Caramba.
Impossible. It's beyond my reach. A few yards away, that accumulates.
Tentar pegar aqui.
I'm afraid I can't do that. This plank doesn't... To tell the truth, using this piece of wood with that wouldn't help me much. Better not. That would be a... They were nailed into it. To tell the truth...
Nada funciona. Pera. Na barra aqui, talvez.
It doesn't look like it's happening. This plank... I don't quite see...
Dá o clique do modo para onde ele leva. Ele é lixa que ele não vai porque não tem nada.
Impossible. It does. I wouldn't know how to use it. This pallet is still in good condition. It doesn't. Use this here? How?
Como que vai juntar, velho?
Impossible. I'm not gonna pick. Besides, that must be that strange phenomenon in the sky I've heard people talking about in the camp. The one that appeared just after the Great Wave. God is urging his angels to punish us through the wound. It says in the notebook I found in Rod's trailer.
Será que dava dessa frase para liberar outra coisa? Talvez eu consiga falar com o cara agora.
Illuminate us with your fiery voice, Lord. Send us a sign.
I prefer to hold on to it. The entire... It doesn't seem like...
Did we
I'm not going to give it to anyone.
Are we the guilty ones?
I'm not going to give it to anyone. I'm not. That must be Reverend Blake. I don't understand a word of it. Could that be the reason why everyone reveres him so?
Cara, tem um negócio aqui do lado. Tá.
The catastrophe caused a lot of damage to the statue's pedestal.
The thunderous voice
The fact that the statue is still standing is a miracle.
That is your
The pedestal definitely wobbles. This column fragment, now it's keeping the pedestal.
Vai ter que mexer de novo.
The catastrophe is a miracle.
Illuminate us with your
Let's see.
fiery voice,
If I wedge
Lord.
one of the ends of the
Send us
plank
a
under the statue's
sign.
pedestal, the other part will rest directly on the base of the toppled column.
Tá. Ele aperta aqui e quebra.
We're waiting, Lord. Did we do it? Illuminate us! Send us a sign with your just and vengeful arm! Is this our fault? Listen! It's the fiery breath of God! The Lord has sent us his sign! And I was right! It is all our fault! We did it, and we have aroused his fury!
But what the hell's going on here?
Look! That's the sign! Forgive us, Lord! Forgive us! Repent,
Uma bola de
all ye
fogo vai
sinners!
cair, não sei.
It's the atmospheric phenomenon I've been hearing so much about. That infernal sound coming from the crack in the sky. It's terrifying.
That is the sign. We did it. Forgive us, Lord. Forgive us. My children, God has spoken to us with his darkest voice. Haven't you heard him? But there's still time. All is not lost. We still have time. Salvation lies in the place where it all began, in the ruins, at the source. We must return to the ruins of the temple. We must return. We must.
What? Vou pegar alguma coisa aqui.
This is a stone fragment that physics and religion in peaceful coexistence.
Ah,
and
quebrou
with
o
no need to
último
burn
vidro.
anyone at the stake.
Tá. Agora dá pra conversar com ele.
Hello. I heard your sermon and...
Yeah, God has shown us his sign. He has finally spoken to all of us. With his thunderous voice, he has revealed the unknown. We did it. It's all our fault. We did it. But there's still time. All is not lost. There's still time to avoid it. The head of the lion above the flames that holds the key to everything.
Tá falando nada com nada, né?
But what is it we did?
Time is the will of God. It is his heart and his hammer. The centuries and the ages belong solely to him. The celestial empire is a divine clock. Time rotates around God. Its hands are his angels and archangels. Now I see it all clearly. How could we have been so stupid? Our arrogance had enraged him. That's what we did.
This man is definitely crazy. Nothing he says makes any sense.
I beg you, leave my brother in peace. He's very upset.
We did what?
We sullied his name. We didn't know that each second is a drop of Christ's blood, and that only he can reign over the interval, over the infinite mysticism of the fragment. Only he can reign over time with his incandescent omnipotence, and we were unable to see it. And now he is enraged, and we're to blame. That's what we did.
I still don't understand.
Each cycle is a fluorescent gust of God's will. Don't you see? Can't you see it? He reigns over the days and the hours from the inscrutable luminescence of his dwelling place. And we are just instants that slip through his fingers. Time is his, and his alone. And we tried to wrest it from him. That's what we did.
What signs are you referring to?
Humanos tentaram fazer alguma
The
coisa
dark angels
que era
of
o poder
God
de Deus.
clamor madly through the open wound that is bleeding the kingdom of heaven dry. Haven't you heard? They were speaking with a thunderous voice. God is furious. That is his sign.
I suppose in his delirium, the man has mistaken that strange sound coming from the gash in the sky left by the great wave as a sign from the heavens. He's definitely lost his mind.
Please be so kind as to leave us in peace. Can't you see that my brother is very agitated?
I assume you're referring to the atmospheric phenomenon in the sky caused by the great wave.
No, no! It's the stench of human arrogance that made the gears of the gates of hell grind. And now they're opening up like a festering wound to swallow us all. Can it be that you haven't heard it? That is his sign.
Excuse me. but I don't think that was a divine sign.
We've lacerated the sacred skin of the shroud God enveloped us in. We've betrayed him. We've stabbed him with our infinite arrogance. And you can see the mark etched on the heavens. Through that gash, Lucifer has shattered our name from on high. Satan is calling each and every one of us by name. Can't you hear it? That is his sign.
Tá. Então, tipo, quando o texto tá em cinza, já falei tudo.
Tell me, what is it that we can still prevent?
The wrath of God, the destruction of man. There's still time. We did it, but we still have time. The key is in the ruins of the temple. We have to find the ruins of the temple. Look for the head of the lion above the flames. Bring me the head of the lion above the flames while there's still time.
But this church is already in ruins. It hardly has any walls or a foundation left. You're already in the ruins of the temple.
No, you're mistaken. Bring me the head of the lion above the flames.
That's enough. Stop tormenting my brother. He's exhausted.
The head of the lion above the flames? That sounds absurd. It makes no sense.
Tem que ir em algum lugar.
I think it's best that I leave you in peace.
Yes, leave my brother in peace.
There's still time. There's still time. Bring me the head of the lion above the flames.
Vai pegar mais pedaço de vidro ali. Outro.
Well, look at that. Next to this enormous hunk of glass, the colored glass shards I picked up earlier look ridiculous. I'd better get rid of them.
Ah, agora tem mais coisa de vidro, dá pra abrir mais espaço lá. Aqui. É um pedaço maior do vidro.
I'll do this very carefully, so that the glass doesn't break in two.
Eu consigo passar pelo outro lado, talvez. Ah.
Perfect. The hole I've dug is big enough to get to the other side of the fence. I refuse to touch.
Ah, agora sim. Caraca.
Good God. There are dozens, hundreds of corpses hanging from the branches. What could have drawn all these people here? What kind of pain? What kind of desperation brought them here?
Caraca, né?
These are the corpses of ordinary people who were living their ordinary lives in their ordinary little worlds up to a very short time ago. Could any of them have imagined meeting an end like this back then? Forgotten and nameless, swaying in the breeze like marionettes. And all those savages in uniforms did was close the park. They didn't even bother to cut their bodies down from the trees.
Caramba.
I'm afraid that tonight, there are too many dark stars to count in Suicide Park.
Tá, vou dar save aqui. Vou salvar segundo também, só por salvar. Tá, pegar ali, pegar uma corda.
A rotting bench overlooking purgatory. It looks like the kid who hanged himself from this tree climbed up on this and then jumped with the rope around his neck. The trees and bushes are so close together here that I can hardly push the branches to one side with my hands. The thorns in these bushes are jabbing into me like metal spikes. I'm not going to be able to open up a path this way.
Eu posso usar essa barra aqui para abrir a porta lá?
Impossible. I'll need something that cuts better if I want.
Tá.
Wait a minute. That guy is
the
suicide victim who was hanging from this tree. No, don't do it, please. No! Good God, I saw him hang himself.
Nossa.
This vegetation, there's no, and consider, I bet this is the continuation of the wall of trees. Wherever I look, I see corpses hanging from these branches, some so recent that the shadows of their faces make it seem like they're following you with their gaze.
Dando esse da frente aqui, que é mais óbvio, né? Tem 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Não sei se pra cá tem mais, não dá pra saber. Tá. Eu uso o pé de cabra pra abrir aqui pro cara. Ele me dá o pra cortar o mato lá.
I agree that violence is sometimes the shortest path between 2 points, but considering how heavy this padlock and the chain are, I'm not sure that brute force is going to help me open this door. I'd rather not do. The new world is violent. Dozens of posters, all shredded, charred, or half torn off. This wall must have been used for advertising before the Great War. One of them in particular catches my eye. Deodorants, restaurants, they seem like messages from dozens of posters. One of them in particular catches my eye. Best not to waste time.
Ah, tem a placa aqui do outro lado, né, que posso usar. Posso usar pra tirar isso.
Maybe with the help of the crowbar, I can get the subway sign off the wall. Damn it! I've managed to tear it down, but the subway sign is broken in 2. A subway sign split in 2. That's what happens when you try to rip something off a wall without the right tools. What used to be a round subway sign.
Valeu pelo follow, Fatherly. O jogo bugou aqui. Caramba. O que aconteceu aqui? Bugou o jogo? O que aconteceu? Tá. O jogo travou aqui. Vou dar play de novo, peraí. Nossa, onde será que salvou ali? Eu salvei 2 vezes, né? Logo depois, tá? Será que ele salva sozinho ou não? Continua. Ah, tá.
A rotting. It looks. No. And I bet. Someone carved. I hope, and it's signed with a rotting bit. It looks. Someone carved a suicide note into the wood. I hope you can find a way to forgive me someday. And it's signed with a pair of illegible initials. Wherever I look, some so recent that the shadows. No. Impossible. I'll need.
Getting into a punching match with this wouldn't... No.
Ele não tentou?
They're so intertwined that it'll only hurt...
Ele não vai...
One of the many dark stars in the park. Although the crows have already done a thorough job on him, from what's left, I'd say that the corpse belongs to a young man, barely of legal age. Those people in the city I talked to were right. These poor souls look like fruit dangling from the trees. The great wave left behind a sad harvest in this place.
Não vai ter a animação de novo,
It's impressive. The park was able... The metal bars became like plasticine, molded by the whims of the...
Tem que aparecer de novo a...
This vegetation, there's no... And consider... I bet...
Animação. Era pra aparecer aqui.
I don't think doing... I don't see... Better not. I don't see...
O que eu puxar aqui?
The crowbar fits perfectly into the hole in the manhole cover.
Tá, bom. Onde eu entro depois ali. Tirar a
Maybe
placa
with the
aqui.
help of the... Damn it! I've managed to tear it down, but the subway sign is broken in two. A subway sign split in two. That's what happens when you try to rip something off a wall without the right tools. The subway sign... Why would I want to do something...
Tá. Na dúvida, deixa eu salvar aqui mais pra frente. Tentar abrir aqui.
A metal crowbar against bricks and cement? Seems like...
Será que aqui ajuda?
Use this here? How? I agree that violence, but consider... I'm not sure... I could tie the rope there, but what for? This streetlight is several feet off the ground.
Vou tentar juntar aqui.
I don't see anything to tie. It's useless.
Tá. Será que com as duas placas dá pra vir aqui? Forçar a barra aqui, literalmente?
Nothing can be done here. Impossible. It's beyond my reach. The grate prevents me from getting there. I don't think I'd gain anything by... I doubt I'm afraid I can't do that.
Tá, nada ali. É aqui então. Eu não posso derrubar a árvore, provavelmente, né?
Getting into a punching match with this... It doesn't look like it.
Eu posso tentar usar a corda aqui só pra pegar.
As dead as that tree is, it still looks strong enough to tie the rope to.
Ah, tá certo. Tá. Aí tem que alcançar lá, né?
I doubt I'd accomplish... This hole in the ground is the distance to the... I can't reach it from here.
Cadê a opção aqui de descer na corda?
I suppose the rain has been flooding the pit little by little. This water is so dark you can't even see the bottom.
Ah, tá. Dá só o desenho da mão.
Before I go down, I'll leave the heavy stuff here, in case the rope doesn't support my weight.
Underneath the surface, there must be many more of these stone things I see sticking out of the water. No doubt they're the remains of a structure that sank here. It seems like a small fragment of one of them is loose.
Uma pedra?
A small piece of sculpted marble. It's the head of an animal above what looks like flames or an open fire. Could it be a lion's head?
Bom. Peguei as coisas de volta. Tá, deixa eu entrar aqui. Salvar. Opa, tô errado.
The head of the lion above the flames. I think this must be yours.
The head of the lion. The head of the lion above the flames. The ruins of the temple still exist. Salvation is still possible. We can prevent it. We can still prevent it. Don't you understand? The annihilation of time. The wrath of God for our arrogance. There's still time. I have to return to the ruins of the temple. I have to go back to the ruins of the temple.
Wait a minute!
Ah, já tá.
There's no question in my mind. This man is a complete lunatic. She meditates in silence. I guess it falls.
Tá, todos os outros aqui não falam nada, né? Tá. Tá, os soldados ainda estão ali. Tá, o cara veio.
Underneath the surf, no.
Não tem mais nada aqui, talvez.
I suppose this wall.
Não. Tá. Mas o que será que tem a ver? O cara não veio pra cá. Tá.
Can I ask you?
Sure, can't you?
Tá, nada aqui.
Thanks for the.
É a parte de baixo ali pra ir aí. Tá. Vai pra cá, cara. Aqui.
Wait a minute. I'm not going to climb down any further. It's totally dark in there. And it would be crazy to go into these sewers without any light.
Tá, precisa de alguma luz ainda. Tá. A placa de metal ainda, que eu posso usar? Posso usar as placas para tentar pegar o peixe?
I don't quite see how I could use this here. I doubt I'd accomplish anything using the...
Dois pedaços aqui.
I'm gonna need something that cuts better to hack a path through the vegetation that's blocking my way.
Vidro.
If I want to hack a path through this wall of vegetation... No.
Não dá pra ir pra nenhum lugar ali ainda. Tá. Eu tenho que achar o padre. Só se ele voltou lá pra cá, né? De algum jeito. Anda. Nada. Ah, eu posso usar agora o pé de cabra aqui. Vou tentar usar isso.
Use this here? Okay, let's see if I can open this. Got it. Let's see. I'm sure that if I tug on it a little... Good. The upholstery came off along with one of the elastic bands that was holding it to the seat. It serves its purpose to a T. If you stretch it in both directions, the band becomes longer. And if you release it, well, I'd better not do that. It's the scrap of fabric that was used as a seat cover in the abandoned car. Dirty, damp, and mildewed. I'm afraid it's seen better days.
Se eu fizer aqui misturar, será que faz tipo uma arma?
That wouldn't serve any purpose. Although both objects were together inside the abandoned car, this elastic... I can't use these... This elastic... I don't think doing this would serve... The seat cover is on its last legs. I'm not gonna... This scrap of tattered fabric doesn't seem... Better not. That... With the cover removed, that seat looks even more depressing.
Só ver se tem alguma coisa dentro aqui. Ah, posso tentar usar aqui para
prender. If I used the band with the bed spring, I'd end up breaking it. Or even worse, my fingers could get caught in it.
Tá. Provavelmente. Acho que não vai ter nada com ele aqui.
Can I ask you a few questions?
Eu já tinha falado para.
Can you tell me?
Okay, the great.
É só passar ó. Pra se ele ficar cinza de novo.
The dark.
Of it and that.
Well. Tá, mas não mudou muita coisa não. Tá. Vou falar com os caras aqui.
Hello, mister.
Tá nada novo com ele. Ah, será que aqui agora dá pra alcançar?
The cable's too... This elastic band doesn't fit in anywhere. I don't think I'd gain it.
Ah, eu posso tentar.
It's a damp and decrepit seat.
Posso tentar mover aqui?
What for? I'd only end up...
Vicente, onde foi o padre?
Hi, Mike. So...
Nada, né?
I should be good.
No.
Vou puxar com ele aqui, ver se tem alguma coisa diferente. Não.
I'm not...
Não dá pra trocar coisas aqui, né?
This seat cover does... I prefer to hold on.
Tá. Pra onde foi o padre? É a única dúvida.
I'm afraid I can't do that. I doubt anyone...
Mas se eles têm alguma coisa diferente.
Hello again. Have you come back?
Tá. Não,
I don't have anything more to discuss with you.
Mesma coisa. Não muda nada ali.
Cars, machinery, steel, cement, even the skeleton of an old construction crane. This place is a veritable cemetery of the industrial age. A thick wall of scrap metal, debris and rusty metal surrounds this place on all four sides. It's a good 20 feet high. I can't believe it manages to stay up.
Não vai ter nada, né? Na violência aqui.
Better not. There are twice as many of them. If I wanted to attack them, I'd be starting off at a clear disadvantage.
This thing is priceless. I don't think the...
Caramba. Eu posso vir aqui na mulher agora. É alguma coisa. Ah, eu acho que eu vou negociar de elástico.
Those boys are expecting something. I don't think... Those boys are expecting... I don't... This elastic band... Why would I want... This elastic... That wouldn't... This elastic... I can't use... The C cup... This scrap of... I don't think doing... I'm not gonna decide. It's a damp and decrepit seat cover from the...
Caramba.
It doesn't look like it's having any...
Não tô conseguindo encontrar a lógica do que eu preciso fazer. Não dá pra falar nada. É, que o cara tá aqui, já que ele falou que ia vir aqui, né? Mas não tem nada dele aqui. Ali ele descendo. Se tiver... Ah, será que dá pra puxar alguma
This
coisa?
elastic band doesn't... I don't quite see how it...
Tá.
It's a damp and decrepit... Use this here?
Tá.
It's a damp and decrepit...
Se usar
I don't think I'd gain anything.
aqui na água.
I doubt I'd accomplish anything using the...
Eu não tenho mais nada que eu possa usar aqui.
I'm afraid I can't do... What for? I'd only end up breaking the glass. Or even worse, cutting my hand with it.
Tem caminho aqui pra subir.
Underneath the
nada,
surface,
né?
there must be many more of these stone things I see sticking out of the water. No doubt they're the remains of a structure that sank here.
Ah, mas não dá pra pegar nada.
The nails that held up they're incredibly rusty. But considering the epidemic of the dissolved, tetanus is the least...
Usa os pregos. A árvore. Caramba, não consigo ver nada que eu possa fazer, caramba. Ah! Tá, pegou um aqui.
Tomorrow comes today. There's something about the composition that's strangely familiar to me. Some memory related to my former life, perhaps? Or maybe it's just a memory glitch caused by the Great Wave.
Huh.
I can't help staring at this poster. It's almost an obsession. It's as if there's some hidden message in the background of the image that I'm incapable of processing. What the hell is so familiar to me about this image? And why?
Criança aqui, será? Será que aqui pode ser o Rod e alguém? Nossa. Vou pôr na estátua, não.
Tomorrow... Or maybe it's just a... I can't... It's as if... What the hell?
Não dá nem pra rodar a imagem, né? Que se desce. Tá, tá.
This elastic... Better not. I'm afraid I... Why would I want to do something? I'm afraid I can't...
Usar o vidro pra, sei lá, ser uma... raspar o coisa, aumentar um zoom, né?
For now, I have no interest. It doesn't seem like a good... I'm not going to give it to anyone. I'm sure this poster hides some important information, although it could also be that my faulty memory is playing... From time to time, those savages...
Caramba, cadê o... Cadê o padre que tava aqui?
I'm not going to give it to anyone. I'm not going to... Although...
Opa! Outra aqui?
Oh no. It's starting again. It's amazing. Everything is mutating. I don't understand.
Ah, cara, deixa eu cair aqui.
Reverend Blake's cross. A stick with a very, very striking shape. Reverend Blake's... That wouldn't serve. Use that. So, I just made a primitive homemade slingshot.
Agora eu vou precisar... Ah, para as crianças. Tá. Oh, finalmente eu consegui alguma lógica. Provavelmente as crianças vão querer falar alguma coisa.
Hello, Michael.
Hi, kids.
We got Mom out of the house. Now what about that reward?
Yes. I think I have something you might like. I don't know if I'm doing the right thing. They're just kids. And this could get them into trouble. I know perfectly well what they're going to use it for, but their aim is amazing. And a little commotion on the camp fence could be a good thing for everyone. Besides, they want to do something for their father, and those pigs at the gate deserve a surprise.
What is it, Michael? Tell us, what is it?
I know it's something you're really going to like. Here you go. It's a slingshot.
Não é uma coisa muito boa, né?
Thank you, Michael. With this, we'll be able to hit the watchtowers.
Come on, let's try it.
That'll teach you pigs.
Nossa!
Attention, all units in Sector 12. Report immediately to the North Watchtower.
Esse foi o que o cara viu, né? Esse que o cara viu no futuro, né?
What's going on? I don't know. It must be something serious. Come on, let's go.
Como que ainda tem rádio?
You hit him!
Haha, yes.
So what do we do now?
I don't know. We've got to get out of here. Quickly, run!
I better take this with me. I'm not going to pick them up. Besides...
Tá. Ah, daí aqui agora ele consegue pegar a moto. E não tem ninguém aqui. Ah, onde ele
Anyway, a small military center.
Tá.
Oh, shit. The key's not in the ignition. Anyway,
Tá. Nada aqui. Ele não pegou nenhuma chave perdida, não, né? Ih, o velho! Cadê o velho? Tava aqui. Ah, não. Levaram o velho.
Hi, Mike.
Tá.
I should be
fine. No.
everything in this establishment. That's the speaker is...
Tem uma outra coisa que eu posso pegar. Mexer.
Someone went to all the trouble of taking the just to turn it.
Oh, levaram o velhinho daqui. Droga. Em parte eu sei que foi por causa disso, né? Posso passar aqui pra pegar o... Saiu esse chat de novo.
Let's talk. Well,
Did you bring me?
no.
Don't come back.
Yes. One of the many towers that make it possible. It seems like in a hurry. It's an old. Now it's something you. Besides. Better not. This slingshot is already dangerous and it doesn't look like it's having. Even if I had a projectile handy, I consider myself rather clumsy. I.
Não tem nada ali. Não tem nada pra usar.
I can't use these. I don't quite see how I could. Shoot over there. Even if I had a. Use this here? How? This is the barrier that vehicles pass through to get in and out of the camp. What I gain? I don't. Shoot over there. Even if. I don't think I'd gain anything. Sabotaging this vehicle wouldn't. Oh, shit. The key's not in the ignition. Anyway, I should have figured as much.
De luva pra pegar o peixe lá. Algum lugar, né? Tá. Eu prender aqui só pra levantar isso.
Even.
Aí eu preciso de um negócio de luz aí também.
I'm afraid I can't do that. The entire world has collapsed. Why would I care in the least about leaving fingers? It doesn't look like... You can smell these dead creatures from several... I have no intention of picking up those rotten fish with my hands. These are the...
Porque não tem... Só se eu combinar aqui.
There's no need to handle this with gloves on. I don't think doing this... There's no need to... Better not. There's no need... Why would I want to do something like that?
Tá. Deixa eu salvar de novo. É que bugou uma vez, né? Salvar aqui também. Ah, aqui as luvas para usar nesse negócio para abrir espaço.
The entire world has collapsed. I don't quite... No.
Vamos ver se fica parado aqui para o efeito.
Wait a minute. That guy is the suicide victim who was hanging from this tree.
Em todo lugar que ele parar.
No, don't do it, please. No! Good God. I saw him hang himself.
Então, qualquer lugar que eu fique parado por muito tempo vai mostrar uma animação? Talvez. Vamos ver aqui. Parece que não. Tá. Porque na igreja foi isso, né? Eu andei um pouco, parei. Esse aqui dá alguma animação também. Diferente. Eu tenho que estar parado em algum lugar específico para poder funcionar. Vê ali. Não. Tô aqui no... pra cá, não sei. 10 segundos parado para ver se dá alguma coisa. Não. E aqui na igreja foi isso, né? Eu vim aqui no meio, passar uns segundos. Vamos ver. Só porque eu falei, acho que não vai aparecer. Mas apareceu 2 vezes aqui na igreja em um momento diferente. Tá, não sei. Deixa eu usar a luva pra mexer aqui.
The entire world is collapsing.
Dar a luva pro senhor aqui, eu só mexer.
Use this here? I prefer to hold on to it. A chain with a padlock. Let's not waste any more. Best not to waste time.
Caramba.
Dozens of bullet marks and some... Oh my God.
Eu peguei a luva, mas daí eu faço o quê? Vou oferecer a luva pro cara aqui.
I'm not gonna give it... Although... It doesn't seem like a good idea.
Ah, mas isso aqui...
This seat cover doesn't... I'm not gonna give it to anyone. I'm not gonna give it to anyone, although... I prefer to hold on to it. I think this will be more...
Para onde as crianças foram também?
Dozens of drums, which would suggest... It's a thick cable that runs along that building's roof, but I can't see it very well. The cable's too... I don't think I'd gain anything by using... The cable's too... Getting into a punch...
Caramba. Elétrico?
This cable is insulated with plastic. There's no need to wear gloves to handle it. I'm afraid I can't do... Okay. It's impossible.
Caramba.
The entire world... doesn't look. It's a damp and decrepit seat cover. It seems like these jumbles of plastic and fabric. How have they managed to survive like this for so long? Better not. Better not. If I get close enough, I can hear the mole through the door. He seems...
Não dá pra ver lá de baixo.
It's crazy. Hundreds of... Where's the limit? How long... And it does... Seeing it gives me an incredible sense of vertigo. What could have caused a phenomenon like... I'm not gonna decide...
Pegar alguns aqui por pegar mesmo.
Better not. This sling... A pile of... It looks... It's an old... Now it's some...
Opa! Ah não, outra aqui.
Oh no! Here comes that sensation again.
De novo,
It's
aqui, né? Fiquei parado
floating in
durante
a dense
tempo.
liquid, while everything around.
Good God. I think
Ah.
Oh no.
Pera. Vou tirar aqui, jogar isso aí. Curvo atrás da pedra.
Everything is mute? I don't understand.
Pera. Salvar aqui, porque senão pode bugar. Valeu pelo follow, evasivo. Fala alguma coisa no chat aí. Bot. Vou tentar
I
quebrar
don't
aqui.
quite see how... Getting into a punching match...
Não dá pra subir ali, não dá pra subir aqui.
A small mill. This is the big... Oh, shit. Anyway. From the color of the seat and body, I'd say... Oh, anyway.
Será que...
Use this here? I don't...
Ó, vai falar do elástico, mas não vai precisar.
The entire world... I don't think... It's a damp and... I'm afraid I... Oh, shit. The key's not in the ignition. One of the soldiers on sentry duty must have it. Anyway, I should have figured as much. Oh, anyway.
Caramba. Tem que achar um soldado. Lá pra cima tem um soldado.
It's a silk. It's and to eat. What for? This seat cover. It's a damp and.
Caramba. Será que desse lado pode aparecer alguma animação? Alguma visão do passado?
This humbled or at least.
daqui acho que não vai ter alguma coisa nova. O buraco que eu não consigo vir ainda. Tem que fazer um caminho ali. De ficar parado também não fazendo umas...
It doesn't look like it's having any...
Se só descer aqui, ele não vai descer tudo. De volta,
Wait a
tem a
minute.
água.
I'm not going to climb down any further. It's totally dark in there, and it would be crazy to go into these...
Esse ele só volta mesmo.
I refuse to touch that repulsive... These are the remains of the fish that used... Ugh. Southside Park. No doubt one of the creepiest places to take a walk in Doomsday City.
Tá. Aí dá pra tirar... não era pra passar, caramba. Passar de volta.
I don't quite see how I could...
Prego.
Best not to wait.
Eu passo pra lá de volta. Mexer na fonte.
Use this here? That's not necessary. Even if I had... I don't think I'd get... These are the remains... Ugh.
Caramba. Será que do lado de cá ele tem alguma visão? Aqui perto da porta. Não tem mais nada ali.
No.
E ali não tem outro caminho para ele ir, né? Por lá para cima, ali para baixo.
Getting into a punching match with this... I'm afraid I can't do that. It's a damp and decrepit...
Caramba.
Tomorrow come...
Não tem nada assim que dê pra virar. Tem estátua, mas o que tem a ver a estátua?
I can't... It says it... What?
Uns pontos que eu posso ver.
Someone went to a lot of trouble to weld the front... I'm afraid that access is total...
Será que eu consigo abrir aqui ele?
It doesn't look like it's...
Aqui é só...
Dozens of A dirty window at ground level for ventilation. It's the only opening this building's basement has to the outside.
Tá. Vidro pode ser quebrado. Ele coloca a luva e quebra.
The entire world... I don't quite...
Ele cabe?
That would be one way of getting into the house. But the noise of breaking glass... I'd rather not think about what those sounds...
Tá, se eu colocar... Por aqui primeiro.
This quilted fabric fits the size of the window perfectly.
Ah, tá. Agora quebra.
Okay, let's try this. And let's cross our fingers that the seat cover absorbs the noise of the breaking glass. If the soldiers next door find me, they'll blow my head off without bothering to ask questions.
You've done it. Thank you. Thank you. I'm safe now. God bless you, stranger. You saved my life.
Take care of yourself, old man. And I don't have to tell you, don't open the door to strangers.
Ele vai deixar aqui pra mim?
This home already has an owner.
Eu uso o negócio de cortar lá do outro lado. Vai. Pra cortar aqui.
Let's see what's on the other side of this hedge.
No! Please! These visions! My head!
You won't get any of his things. I won't allow it. Do you hear me?
Michael, is that you? Thank God we found you. It's me, Chris. Don't you recognize me? But there is a solution, Michael. All is not lost. There is still a possibility of salvation for us. For each and every one of us.
You have to stop this, Michael. You have to quit.
I can't
do it. It's destroying us, don't you see? It's killing us.
It's that demon inside me. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. These visions are getting more intense all the time. The pain is unbearable. Who's Chris? Salvation is still possible, he said. Could that be true? And once again, that female voice has been haunting me since I woke up. Who is she? Why was she so distressed? What the hell happened to us? Or is going to happen to us?
Bastante coisa ali, deixa eu salvar. Salvar aqui mais um também.
From here, I'll have a magnificent view of the hospital compound. In truth, the part that's visible from the road is only a fraction of it. The vegetation conceals a much larger area.
Imaginando que ele veio daqui, né, e deu a volta até aqui. Provavelmente tem uma grande área aqui para baixo.
More of that barbed wire that adorns all the city's buildings. If I get up close enough, I can hear a slight buzz, a sure sign that this fence is electrified.
Tem alguma coisa...
The charred remains of one or two hapless birds are hanging from the top of this fence, which means that the voltage used to electrify the wire is extremely high.
Tá, tem que usar a borracha aqui. Não. E aqui para pifar?
Forget it. By the sound of it, there must be a massive amount of voltage running through the wire on this fence. I'd only manage to fry myself.
Tá. Então usa luvas.
Okay. I'll wear the gloves to cut the electrified wire.
Toma.
Perfect. Let's see what's down here. It's a trapdoor, and it looks like it hasn't been used in a long, long time.
Tem alguma coisa para os lados. Vamos ver o que tem para baixo aqui. Tá aqui de onde ele desceu.
This door leads to a dingy back room. What the hell could be in here? I can hear the buzz of electricity coming from inside, but I can't figure out anything more without a little more light.
Tá, preciso de alguma coisa de luz para conseguir ver. Realmente
What is this place? Where the devil am I? It seems like the small building at the ground level is just camouflage. The most important part is here underground. Are all of them dissolved? How many patients can there be packed in here? Dozens? Hundreds? This is horrible.
ácido.
Let's see if this grate can be removed.
Editada.
Perfect. It looks like this hole leads to a passageway on the other side. Great. It's a hell of a drop, and the railing wobbles when you touch it. Awesome. Wait a minute though. Isn't the idea of installing this to make it safe for people to cross from one side to the other?
Saiu ali.
It's sagging from the weight, and so dilapidated that I doubt this janitor's cart has many more trips left in it. It has a side zipper that's open. The lining of the bag is damp and sticky. What the hell could they have been keeping inside it? I don't think there's that wouldn't. Hydrofluoric acid. What's a chemical like this doing inside a medical facility? The smell alone is giving me a headache. A hard... I don't see how I can use... With the acid, I'd only end up ruining the pieces of sign even more. No doubt the acid could clean off the rust, but it would leave the nails practically useless. Better not.
Ah, ele aqui pode ser usado na parede, nas barras de ferro. Ah, tá.
Unlike his neighbors, this door is hanging open. All I see inside are remnants of stickers and torn photographs. It looks like someone left in a hurry, without even saying goodbye. A row of anonymous could follow, maybe in solid. The future is in our hands. Collaborate, rebuild, report. From the text, I say this poster must have been part of a government campaign launched after the Great Wave. This glass cabinet has dozens of medications stored inside, classified by type. Antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, diuretics, and
morphine.
Painkillers. Locked, of course. I'm starting to get annoyed with this sense of ownership I see in all the people with closets, lockers, and other storage furniture in the city.
Será que ele consegue quebrar com isso?
Why would I want to put this in there?
Não é pra usar, colocar. Não é pra colocar ali.
I'd rather use a key to open this case, but I'm a bit short on time, so...
Who is it? Who's there?
Oh, excuse me,
What are you doing here? Have you come to steal something? Take one more step and I'll call the soldiers.
No, wait, please, don't do that.
Security, this is Nurse Uma Grundy. I need you to come right away.
No, wait! Wait a minute. Did you say Uma? Nurse Uma?
Yes, that's my name.
Wait, please don't turn me in. I know your father. I saved his life just a few hours ago. They were going to deport him to the refugee camp, but I was able to stop it.
My God, did you say my father? Tell me, how is he? Has anything happened to him?
Don't worry, Uma. He's safe. He told me about you and your work in this place. He was worried. He'll want to know that you're all right. Wait, please don't turn me in.
This is Nurse Uma Grundy. It turned out to be a false alarm. You don't have to come, thank you.
Thank you, Uma. You did the right thing. My name is Michael.
But now you should explain why you burst in here like that. What are you looking for, Michael?
I came to get medicine. I need a cure for the dissolved.
Cure? There's no such thing. You won't find it here or anywhere else. The authorities distributed a memo among the medical staff months ago. I'm sure you can still find a copy of it around here somewhere. It told us that they've definitely abandoned the search for a medicine. You made a mistake risking your life to get in here. The only thing we store here is pain. This place is a tomb for those poor infected devils, but also for the people who work here. I'm sorry, Michael. The dissolved are condemned to death.
No, that can't be. There has to be a solution, a cure. Oh man, poor Rod, poor Colin. Condemned to die. I heard their cries of pain out there. What really happens to the dissolved?
These people suffer the most excruciating pain and die in the most horrible way I've ever seen. The first symptoms are bouts of nausea and fainting, which become more frequent and prolonged as the disease progresses, until in the end their entire metabolism enters a state of shock. Then their entire cell structure dissolves. It simply disintegrates. There's no medical explanation. It just happens. But there's something even stranger about the disease.
What could be stranger than what you just told me?
The dissolved become erratic, unpredictable, eccentric. They're uncontrollable. That's why the army fears them. They're afraid of their unpredictable behavior, but also of their strange messages. So the sole function of this place is to keep them locked away, hidden, and under the army's control, until death takes them off their hands, one by one. It's also why people who harbor the dissolved are punished, and it's also the reason for the existence of the cleanup brigades.
Pô, apesar de... Estranhamente, os jogos militares não estão tão errados assim, né?
But I thought they were just controlling the patients to keep the disease from spreading.
But that's a lie, a blatant lie. The spread of the disease is accelerating. The number of cases is multiplying every day. But it's not contagious. We doctors and nurses have been treating the sick for months, in direct contact with them and their remains. And the rate of contagion among us is no higher than out there. The army is lying.
But then, how is the disease spread?
We don't know, Michael. No one knows. What we do know is that it's not caused by direct contact with the victims. There's another reason for the Army's secrecy about the dissolved. Fear. It's human nature to fear the unknown. We tend to panic when faced with something we don't understand. And this damn disease is more than any of us can handle.
And what is it that makes the dissolve so unpredictable and dangerous?
They know, Michael. You probably think I'm crazy, but I'm telling you, they know. They talk about events no one else knows about. They sense things. They bring back information from the places they go. And they talk to the dead there, Michael. They communicate with the dead. They know, Michael. That's all.
They're just sick people, Uma.
No, they're more than just ordinary sick people. You wouldn't talk like that if you had been living with them, and their messages and their prophecies all these months.
Wait a minute. Did you just say the dissolved make prophecies?
Let me tell you a story. When I first came to the center, I became friendly with a patient, a 13-year-old girl. All the time I was taking care of her, she never stopped chatting. She told me all about the underground highways. She said she went there every day.
Underground highways?
She said they all went there when they lost consciousness. Obviously, I felt great pity for the girl, but in time I also came to feel tremendous fear. I was afraid of that poor, hopeless child. Her visions, her dreams, her messages terrified me. And then one night she sat down next to another patient, an older woman who looked surprisingly healthy. According to our calculations, this woman still had a few months to live. The woman had just lost consciousness. "Leave me alone with her," the girl said to me. "It won't be long now." And she took the woman's hand. And just seconds later, the woman started to dissolve, shrieking and writhing in pain, until there was nothing left of her but a puddle of brown, viscous liquid. The girl turned to me and said, "I knew she was leaving us, and I didn't want her to go alone. That would have been very sad, wouldn't it, Uma?" The girl's face was still dripping with the remains of the patient.
Oh.
She knew what was going to happen, Michael. She saw it. From then on, my fear became uncontrollable. I felt defenseless next to her.
I understand.
Finally, my panic was so great that I refused to go anywhere near her. And I even, God forgive me, I felt secretly relieved when she herself finally dissolved. They know, Michael, and that's why they're so dangerous to the people in power now.
But I heard in the refugee camp, they said a cure is being produced and stored here.
Yes,
Well, if that's not the case, what's the purpose of a building like this?
The army deliberately keeps that rumor about a possible cure alive. You see, as long as people still have some hope left, it is much easier to control the city more effectively. But it's a lie.
I understand.
This medical center was built just after the Great Wave, taking advantage of some abandoned underground facilities. That was when the authorities were beginning to work on their project to rebuild the city. They told us the building was going to be used to take in the first patients. Of course, we had no idea the disease would become so widespread. I left my job in a clinic downtown to come here. I wanted to lend a hand. They demanded total confidentiality about our work to avoid causing panic in the population. Not even my father knew what we were really doing in here.
Yes. He told me that when I asked him about this place.
At first, we treated the patients with great care. There was medicine to ease their suffering and even research into a possible cure. Everything was going smoothly.
And then what happened?
Things started to go wrong. When the number of patients multiplied, we couldn't keep up. And then we began to run out of even the most basic supplies. And that was when the army took over complete control of the center.
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
Then they sealed off the building. No one was allowed to leave, not even us. We doctors and nurses have been shut in here for months, isolated without even a glimpse of daylight. They say it's for security reasons. It's for our own safety. Oh yeah. Now our medical care is limited to wrapping up the patients in plastic bags, like the ones they use to transport cadavers, and then simply waiting for them to die, doing what little we can do to ease their suffering. Then we dispose of their remains, dissolving the black bags in acid for decontamination. And that's about it. That's all we can do with the resources we have, and sometimes it's just too much to bear.
The cleanup brigades. I've seen how they behave.
They're savages. I despise them. They're like predatory animals, heartless and unscrupulous. The rest of the staff refuses to share the facilities with them, so their lockers are out in the hallway. That's where they keep everything they need for their hunting expeditions. The GPSs, the disease detection tests, their ID badges. Each unit is made up of 2 soldiers, 1 doctor and 1 nurse. I mean, doctors and nurses collaborating with those bloodthirsty animals. But then they say, what do you want? It's our job, and somebody's got to do it.
Yes, that phrase sounds familiar. It's bone-chilling. Police and criminals using exactly the same words to justify their actions. You gotta do what you gotta do. That seems to be the slogan of the executioners of this new world.
Talk to my father, Michael. Tell him that I'm all right, that he shouldn't worry, that we'll be seeing each other soon, very soon.
Tá. Salvar aqui. É bastante coisa de... Opa. Bastante acontecimentos, né? Pela morfina. Daqui, né?
It's one of those plastic bags used to wrap up the patients in their final hours until they finally dissolve. The damp, sticky texture alone sends shivers down my spine. That means it's been used. Hydrofluoric, the smell. I'd rather not do that. The acid would do its corrosive work, and then I wouldn't have it anymore. I'm not going to leave this place without finding one of these memos about if it's true that the army is...
Ah, é.
Unlike his neighbors, all I see inside are remnants of stickers. It looks like someone left in a hurry. The future is from the text.
Lixo.
Benches in front of the... And so is this musty...
O pé de cabra em alguma coisa?
Getting into a punching match... This locker isn't... Maybe I should be... Maybe I should...
E... de ventilação.
This rattling contraption is responsible. Playing with it doesn't exactly seem...
Aqui.
The handle that opens this rusty... It looks like this closet is used frequently. A tiny lock is preventing me from opening the door. And despite its size... It looks...
Será que aqui dá pra abrir?
I'm not gonna open it. I don't see any cracks in the door big enough to get any leverage.
Tá.
Use this here?
Tá. Quero que eu use o ácido.
It won't open that way. It won't open. A tiny lock is preventing...
Prego na...
Maybe a professional burglar could do it, but I can never pick this lock with just a handful of rusty nails.
Ah, agora será que dá pra limpar?
No doubt the acid could clean... It won't open. It won't... It's sagging from the weight, and so dilapidated that I doubt this janitor's... It's sagging... It looks... I can't use these two objects. There's no need to handle this with a glove. I don't think doing this... No doubt... No. I'd rather not do... Better not. Even if I could, I wouldn't cut this object in two. Why would I... Even if I could. I don't see where I could put this enormous plastic bag.
Lateral. O que dá pra fazer?
More of that official propaganda. Your silence is the enemy. Help the cleanup brigades is the slogan of this poster. More of that. Judging by this door must, as Reverend Blake might say, a stairway down to the very bowels of the There's a bunch of papers stuck to the door of the closet. There seems to be some type of bureaucratic form among them.
Máximo. Máximo. Nenhum nome aqui reconhecido. O nome dele, talvez? Não de todo mundo, mas...
Military personnel, GPS, targets, rifles. I'm afraid what's described on these pages doesn't have very much to do with typical medical activities in a hospital. A tiny lock. It looks like the... Better not. Going down to the main hall of the hospital. A tiny... It looks... Unlike his neighbor, it looks like a row of anonymous ramshackle lockers. I get they could fall apart, maybe in solidarity. Maybe I should be more subtle. If I try to open these cabinets by beating on them, I don't think I'd gain anything by... The bolt cutters are very worn. I'm not going to waste energy using them without good reason. I'm afraid I can't... I doubt I'd accomplish anything using the piece. With the ass... It doesn't look like it's heavy. This locker isn't mine. I'd better not... Hanging up this poster here wouldn't do anything for me. A row of anonymous ramshackle locker could fall, maybe in... There's a bunch of papers. I don't quite see how I can... What for? I'd only end up cut...
Mais um bot.
There's a bunch of papers. Military personnel, GPS, targets, rifles. I'm afraid what's dis... Use this here? I don't see where I could put this in. That wouldn't serve any... I don't think I'd gain anything. Military, I'm afraid. Military, I'm afraid. Military, I'm afraid. The only thing I'd achieve by doing that would be to use up all the assets. I'm afraid I can't. The bolt cutters are very warm. No, the No matter how hard I try, I don't think I would be able to use it as a projectile with a slingshot.
They could be the perfect projectile, but these nails would end up shredding the rubber band on the slingshot. Besides, something tells me I'm not very good at using. I can't use these two. I don't see how to. I don't see. Better not. No. The acid would render the morphine useless. I don't see how to use. Scratch it. Besides, why would I don't see. It's used. No doubt. It doesn't look like a military I'm afraid what's to. I can't quite see how to use this ID bracelet here. I don't quite. It won't open that. The only thing. Use this here. I don't see where I could put this enormous. I don't think I'd gain anything. I don't see. It looks. A tiny lock is preventing me from opening the door. And despite its size, it seems to be very strong.
Existente, tá.
The handle that opens this rusty monstrosity looks worn out. It looks like this closet is used frequently, and with very little care. I'm not going to open it this way. I don't see any cracks in the door big enough to get any leverage. I'm afraid I can't. Best not to waste time trying. It doesn't look like it's happening. What for? Cutting my. I don't quite see how I. The bolt cutters are very. Use this here? The entire world is. I don't think I. It's sack. The only thing I'd achieve by doing that. It's more. Hello, Uma. Tell me everything you.
These people suffer the most sick. The first symptoms are bowed until, in the end, their entire. Then there's no. But there's something.
What could be?
The dissolve. There. That's so. It's all. And it's.
What do you know about
those heartless? That's where they.
Uma.
Talk. That will be very.
The floor of this place is one big revolting ashtray. It's a little disconcerting to note that cleanliness is not exactly a top priority in the hospital. I'm not gonna throw this in the trash. Well, it may look like an enormous trash bag. In truth, it isn't one. So I have no intention of putting anything inside and then having to drag it all over the place. Benches in front of the lockers, and so is this musty. Unlike his neighbors, all I see inside are remnants of stickers and torn photographs. It looks like someone left in a hurry. This locker isn't mine. This locker isn't. Unlike his neighbor, it looks like someone.
Aqui tá inclinado por alguma coisa escrito, né?
A row of it could fall, maybe in solidarity with those poor unfortunates. Benches in front, and so is this musty.
Tem esse pôster aqui. Aqui não tem. Aqui não muda nada. Deixa eu ler aqui se tem alguma coisa. Aqui. Eles foram mudando, tá? Um segredo. Aqui pode ter alguma coisa.
Let's see. Inside and a tiny key.
Ah, achei a chave, tá.
Let's see if it's the key to this closet. Bingo! I'm not going to take any. A small red LED is blinking on all of them, an unmistakable sign that they've been used.
Caixa. Deixa eu botar a aqui, ele pegou. Tá.
I see a yellow bucket in here with medical waste, with a handful of what seem to be tests for detecting the dissolved. I'm not going to take an unmistakable sign.
Ah, meu jeito que eu peguei.
A rather large plywood crate. It used to hold some of the Clinic Brigade's work tools. A crate made of flimsy wood, lightweight and spacious. According to one of the Clinic Brigade's forums, this is the device they use to navigate during their raids. Sort of like an electronic map. It looks like some satellites are actually still working after the Great Wave. Something I could easily confirm if this contraption had batteries in it. I'm curious to see how this thing works, but it doesn't have any batteries. Where would I be able to find some in the middle of Doomsday City? Or who could get me some?
Cara lá da van que tem gerador elétrico.
Authorized Vehicle Pass. It's the ID that allows the cleanup brigades to get in and out of the hospital compound in their macabre ambulances. From what I can tell, the Army can pump you full of lead if you try to come through the gate without one of these. The truth is, I don't need it. I have my own way of getting inside the hospital for the dissolved without being seen. But I'm sure I'll be able to find some use for this ID. It's an internal Army memo for the hospital's medical staff. The report talks about the failure to develop a cure for the dissolved, and what's even worse, the decision to finally abandon the search for one. This confirms what Nurse Uma told me. The dissolved are condemned to die. This document constitutes a death sentence for all victims.
Abri ali, então deixa eu salvar. Não acontece nada, né? É que ele cai do nada aqui por algum motivo. Ou encontra alguém, não sei. Ainda precisa de uma luz ali, né?
The street is even more desolate and silent than it was before. I guess while I was in the subterranean hospital for the dissolved, the soldiers called the curfew. What are you doing out here, ma'am? What's the matter?
It's my brother. He's disappeared. We don't know where he is.
Tá aí procurando
What do
ele,
you
né?
mean he's disappeared?
Well, we haven't seen him since he spoke to you, since he ran out of the church. We've been searching for him for hours and can't find him anywhere.
And you don't have any idea where he might have gone?
No, he simply ran out of the door, completely out of control. I've never seen him so upset, and we haven't heard anything from him since. I just know that something terrible has happened to him. My brother is very sick and he shouldn't be out there alone and unprotected. I fear the worst.
Calm down. There's no reason to think that anything has happened to him.
I have a feeling that something awful has happened. I'm sure of it. Besides, the soldiers have already called the curfew. If they find him on the street alone and lost, in his condition, my brother is a very beloved and respected person. But those beasts don't care who he is.
I understand.
We have to get off the street. Please, if you see my brother, tell him to come home. Tell him we're waiting for him.
Of course. I'll do that.
acho que eles voltaram aqui. Tá.
The camp is closed, Rat. Get away from the gate.
But I have to come in. It's urgent. What happened?
There's no understanding you worms. Always wanting to get out of here. Once you're outside, you're dying to get back in. One of our soldiers was killed, and the camp will remain closed until the matter is cleared up. So take a hike.
There was an attack?
Yes. Someone hit one of the sentries in the watchtowers with a rock and made him fall out. He was killed instantly. Luckily, it seems there was a witness who saw the perpetrators launch the projectile, and they have been detained. But we never trust the testimony of a rat, so we're waiting for the criminals to confess, or for the murder weapon to turn up.
I don't think it's going to take very long to get the truth out of these kids. Or to find the weapon they used to commit the crime.
Good God. What have I done? I knew I shouldn't have gotten them mixed up in this. But they're just a couple of scared kids. Don't you see that? What are you planning on doing with them?
Killing an official is punishable by death, and martial law is quite clear in this respect. They acted as adults, and they will pay for their actions as adults. As soon as they confess, or we find the weapon they used to commit the crime, we'll take care of matters. Do you have a problem with the law being enforced?
You're nothing but a gang of warped psychopathic pigs.
One more word and I'll blow your head off right now, bastard. I couldn't care less what privileges that bracelet might give you. Get out of my sight.
Those pigs are gonna kill the boys, and it'll be my fault. I'll be responsible for their deaths. I can't let that happen. I have to do something, and fast. But what?
Aqui é outra informação. Eu tenho que mostrar o... Aqui. Tá.
Rifles against slingshots. You have to let me in. I need to get...
The camp will or when with those two, and now...
Those pigs are gonna kill... I have... I'm afraid I can't do that. Even if I had a projectile... Damn it. If I don't prevent it, those bastards in uniform are going... For God's sake, I have to think of some way, and I have to do it now.
Eu não sei o que eu faço, velho. Vou jogar ácido.
I'm not saying they don't... I'd rather not do... It doesn't look like... The only thing I... It doesn't seem like... I'm not going to hand over this report before... I don't quite see it. I'm not going to give it to... Besides, this... Use this... I'm not going to be able to get through the barrier. The army will keep the camp entrance closed until they find whoever killed...
Okay.
Impossible. I doubt... The acid won't melt these bars. The only thing I'd achieve by doing that... Nothing can be done here.
O cara não tá aqui perdido. Vamos ver que outras coisas pesadas eu consigo pegar.
I don't think I'd gain anything by using... The only thing I'd achieve by doing...
Nada, né?
I'm not going to be able to get through the barrier. The army will keep the camp until they find whoever killed the watchtower sentry. Until they... disordered pews of the church, covered with dust, plaster, and bits of... And if I don't stop it, come on, you have to do something.
Eu tenho que fazer alguma coisa, mas eu não sei o quê.
Until they... This, damn it. You have to let me in.
The camp will, or when we find them, those, and now.
Those pigs, I have... Rifles against sleep. Rifles. I'm not going to be able to get until they... I'm afraid I can't do... Even if I... It doesn't... Even if I had... Rifle... I don't quite... Rifles against slingshots.
No,
you have to let me in. I need to get into the camp urgently.
The camp will open when those brats confess to their crime. Or when we find those two, and now...
Those pigs are... I have to... They could be the perfect projectile. But these... Besides, something tells me I'm not very good at using these things. That wouldn't serve. Unless dissolution is imminent, there's no point in wrapping these people up in the pot. I don't see where I could put this enormous plastic bag. Use this here? I don't see...
Hey. Don't save.
I'm not going to be able until they... I'm not going until they... I'm not going until they find... The barbed wire surrounding the camp is incredibly tangled, and the barbs look like they'd tear you to pieces. It looks like the army wanted them. How long was before shooting them? Their time is running. Jesus, Michael, think of some... That would be suicide. The guards would blow my head off the minute I tried it. I don't think I'd gain... It looks like quite a large river flowed through it once, but nowadays... The only thing I'd achieve by doing... I'm afraid I can't... The only thing I'd achieve by... You have to let...
The camp will... Or with those... And now...
Those pigs are gonna kill the boys. I'll be responsible for their death. I have to do something.
Não consigo pensar nada. Parede de cimento, tá.
It doesn't look like... Better not. If I keep bothering those animals in uniform, I won't be able to use... I don't quite see how... I won't... The entire world is turned... Use this heat. Best not to... I don't think I'd get... Best not to... I prefer to... I'm not going to... Until... I'm afraid I... What for? Cutting my hand with it. It doesn't look like it's... I doubt I'd accomplish anything. I could give what's left of the subway sign to someone, but why would anyone want it? It doesn't seem like a good...
Caramba, cara.
This pig in uniform and his sidekicks are getting ready to kill the children in cold blood. Damn it. I have to do something. No matter how... I can't use these two. No matter... I don't think doing... No matter... Better not. They could be... Besides, no matter how hard... Why would I want to do something? No matter how hard... That wouldn't serve. I'm not going to hand over this report before Rod sees it. I owe him that.
Caramba, não. Não sei o que eu faço.
I'm sure that it would loosen them up a bit, but I'm not going to give it away. This... How long were those before their time is... Jesus, Michael! I don't quite see how... I don't see...
Alguma coisa pra beber, mas...
No. I'd rather not... I'm not going to pour... I I can't use... I'd rather not do that. I don't think doing this... No doubt the acid could clean up. Although, according to Nurse Uma, the purpose of this acid is to dissolve plastic bags like this one. I don't want to be without it. I'd rather not... With the acid... Better not. If I destroy the bracelet, I'd rather not... Why would I... There's no need to handle... That wouldn't serve it. There's no need... I can't use the... There's no need to... I don't think do...
Tentar
There's
todos
no
os
need to...
itens com
Better
todos os
not.
itens.
There's no... Why would I... There's no... That wouldn't... There's no need... I can't use... Out of the question. I could... I don't think doing this... Out of the... Better not. Out of the... Why would I... Out of the... I'm not... That wouldn't... Reduce this box to splinters and sawdust? I don't see the point. Out... The subway sign is already broke. I can't use the... Out of the... I don't think doing... Even if I... Better not. Even if I... Why would I... Even if I... That would... Even if I... I can't... Even if I... I don't think do... No, the poster would end up... I have no doubt. Even if I could...
Caramba, o que eu posso fazer? Eu não sei o que eu posso fazer aqui. Eu combinei quase todos os itens com tudo. Ah, tá.
How long will... Before their time... Jesus! You have to let me in.
The camp will open when those brats, or when those, and that...
Those pigs are... I'll be responsible. I have... Dozens of bullet marks and... Oh my... Use this here? I don't see where I could put this enormous Nothing can be done here. Impossible. It's beyond... The acid won't melt these bars. I don't think I'd gain... The only thing I'd achieve by doing that... I'm afraid I can't... Impossible. If these... I doubt they're going to get... The bolt cutters are very worn. It doesn't look like it's... The entire world... I don't quite see how... Use this... I won't be able to use it. I don't think I'd gain... I won't be able to use... I'm afraid I... Even if I... It doesn't look like it's... I doubt I'd accomplish... I don't quite... I doubt I'd accomplish...
Do outro lado. Na árvore.
Use this here? The only thing I'd achieve... Better not.
Na árvore.
I don't think I'd gain anything. Even if I had... I'm afraid I... Trying to fill this crate with water is a rather absurd exercise. I won't be able to use this wooden... Underneath this, no doubt that the remains of a... It doesn't look like it's... The only thing I don't quite see... It's an ID, and I believe it would be hard to find any other use for it. It's an ID. Why would I want to do something like... that came out? It's an ID. That wouldn't serve. I'm afraid I can't use these...
Use this here? I don't see how to use...
Pegou as 3 ferramentas e os pregos.
It would be useless to try to fill it with water. The liquid would just leak out through the bag's side zipper.
Na lateral.
This plastic bag is designed to hold the remains of the dissolved. Although, I don't want to be... I don't think doing... This plastic... Better not. This plastic bag is designed to hold...
Caramba, não tenho ideia de que eu faço aqui.
This pig in uniform and his sidekicks are getting ready... Damn it! Unless dissolution is imminent, there's no... I don't think I'd gain anything. How long will those... Before their time... Jesus! I'm sure that it would loosen, but I'm not gonna... Why would I want to... I'm not gonna give it to anyone. I'm not saying they don't... I'd rather not do that. The only thing I'd achieve by doing that would be to... The vehicle barrier is down, and a sentry stops anyone trying to enter on foot. I'm afraid that the...
Não, caramba, não era pra ir ali.
This home already has an owner.
Right.
I don't see how... I'm afraid I can't... This home already has...
Continua. Ah, não.
They could... Besides, this streetlight is several feet off the ground. The only thing I'd achieve by doing this acid is highly flammable.
Inflamável.
What for? Too many things in my life. What for? What for?
Caramba.
I'm not going to give this up just like that. Even though I already have my own way of getting into the hospital, I think I can get more mileage out of this ID. How long will those before their time? Jesus! It doesn't look like it. Even if I wanted to get rid of them, it's 3 against 1. I don't think I'd stand a chance. That would be suicide. The bolt cutters are very worn. I don't quite see how... That would be... Getting into a punching match with this wouldn't help me. Use this here. I prefer to hold on to it. I think... Getting into a punching match with... I don't think I'd gain it. Even if I had a projectile handy, I consider myself rather close.
Não acertaria de jeito nenhum, né?
I'm not going to until they find who. You can see bits of clothing caught on some stretches of wire. and even strands of hair. No doubt about it. It would only take the sentries a few seconds to fill me with lead if I tried to touch that barbed wire fence. I don't see where I could put this enormous... It doesn't look like it's... How long will before shoot their... Jesus! I doubt I'd accomplish anything using the piece. I don't quite see how... I could give what's left of the subway.
Caramba, velho. Não tem ideia nenhuma ali do que fazer. Peraí. Mas ali tá. Tá, peraí. Até parou.
I'm not going until they... I'm not going until they...
Tem que jogar esse aqui em
I'm not
algum
going to be
lugar.
until they find... Even if... Use this here. Even if I... I don't think I'm not until they... Even if... I'm not going until they find... Rifles against slingshots. I'm afraid I can't do...
Caramba. Como que eu vou fazer ali, cara? Não tem mais nada que eu possa fazer, eu acho.
This pig in uniform and his sidekicks are getting ready to kill the children in cold blood. Damn it.
Se não dá pra dropar item.
How long will before they're Jesus? Even if
Pô,
doesn't
de colocar item
even if I don't
em algum lugar, não dá.
You
Ele
have to let me
falando
in.
ali.
The camp or with those and now.
Those pigs, I have to...
Deixa eu mostrar pra ele aqui.
Rifles
Ele vai
against
falar isso, né?
slingshots. That would be a real tight contest.
Não vai adiantar nada. Não vai mostrar outra coisa, né? Não tem nada no chão que eu possa usar aqui de... Fazer alguma coisa na moto?
Would I don't think so. The only thing I'd achieve by... Use this here?
Nada, né? Ah, caramba.
How long will those animals in uniform wait before shooting those boys? Their time is running out. Jesus, Michael, think of some way to save them.
Cadê? Tá. Deixa eu ver aqui. Não vai ter jeito não.
Before I go down, I'll leave the heavy in case the rope... Jesus, it's the corpse of Reverend Blake.
Ah.
His neck is broken. In his delirium, he must not have seen the rope I left tied around the tree. It must have fallen from the top when he was trying to get down here. But what the hell was he looking for here?
Tá, posso colocar a culpa nele?
First, I'll take everything out of his pocket. Good idea. I could use Reverend Blake as a scapegoat to protect those children. On the other hand, him being one of the most famous and respected men in the city, I doubt anyone would believe my story if I accused him of attacking the sentry in the tower. Inert and speechless, I found the perfect scapegoat. It's a shame that Reverend Blake was so well known around here. No one will believe this man was capable of taking the life of that soldier.
Tem uma coisa dos lados aqui.
How long were those animals before they're... Jesus, Michael!
Tá. 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 Pega a letra. Tá.
You have to let me in. I need to...
The camp will... Or when those two... And now...
Those pigs are gonna... I have...
Tá. Aqui no cartão.
Damp, moldy business card. It's almost illegible, but it looks like it's from a place called Beechwood Oracle. Most of the text is too worn off to read. All you can make out of it is an address. 24 Mammothswood Street.
Tá. Como que eu falo com o cara aqui?
This pig in you, damn it. You have to...
Or with those two... And now...
Those pigs... I have...
Como que eu falo ali com ele?
That wouldn't serve any...
Vamos tá a escolha dele aqui.
It's the... This is gonna be hard. Very hard. But those children are innocents in all this. And those ruthless savages are about to kill them in cold blood. I have no other choice. God damn it! Had the visions again! Not now. I have to do this. I've got to do this. My head!
You've got to stop this, Michael. I can't stand it anymore. This has to end.
I can't help it. It's that demon. You know I can't help it.
Please, Michael. Please. Make it stop.
Yes. That tiny cowardly demon. I remember. Digging its claws into your soul like a jagged piece of glass. Whispering in your ear that what you're doing is right.
Because nobody has the authority to tell you otherwise.
I've disfigured his face, but not enough. He's still identifiable.
Awesome.
I remember it. I remember. I can smell it, feel it, touch it. No, please, don't do it. No! That cowardly demon, that dark and intimate specter that only you know, that gains strength in this new world. That brutal sensation of acid running through your veins, corroding, little by little, anything good and decent you might have left inside you, turning it into pain, rot, and emptiness. Good God, what have I done? What have I done? Why are you showing me this? Please, answer me. Who was I before the catastrophe? Before the world collapsed? Do I really want to know? God, I'm afraid. I'm afraid of myself.
Mesmo, né? Não tinha. Ah, ele pegou as coisas do meio dos caras. Depois jogou em cima dele também. Tá.
You have to let those boys go. They're innocent. You've got the wrong people.
What are you insinuating, rat? You better have a good reason for saying something like that, or we'll splatter your brains all over the wall of shame, and then use the kids for target practice.
I know who the guilty party is. I know who committed the crime. And I know where he is.
Hey, we've got to hear this. Start talking, rat.
Okay, here goes. I hope those pigs take the bait, because if they find out the truth, I'm a dead man. The murderer was a deranged man I met in the city a few hours ago. He told me he was desperate, tired of the humiliation and violence he had to face every day. He was determined to do something crazy. I didn't believe him at the time, but now I see that he wasn't kidding. After the attack, he committed suicide by jumping into the cesspit next to the camp road. You'll find him there. His face is unrecognizable from hitting the rocks and scraping against the rubble. But I'm sure you'll find the murder weapon next to his body.
We'll check out your story and see if it holds up.
We're approaching what looks like a body. It looks like that worm was right. Over.
What a mess. What the hell happened to his face?
Meh, who cares? We found the guilty party with the murder weapon. Let those kids go. And unlock the camp gate. Over.
You can come in now, rat.
Caramba.
A pool of blood mixed with mud marks a gives me the chills.
Hello, Michael. Did you see us out there with the soldiers? They were pointing their rifles at us, but we didn't squeal on you. We're two brave, strong men, aren't we?
Well, we did cry a little.
Shut up.
Of course you are. I'm proud of you. When you're grown up, everyone will know that you two can be trusted.
Grown up? But that's not going to be for a long time.
Yeah, besides, our mom says that's not gonna happen. There's no future for anyone. Not for us either.
Don't pay any attention to what people say. You should only worry about taking care of each other. That's the only thing that matters now, okay? I gotta get going. Goodbye, boys.
Goodbye, Michael.
Goodbye, Michael.
Tá, consegui trazer remédio pra ela. Ó, vou salvar primeiro.
I brought the morphine for your husband, just as I promised. This woman in this house gave me the chills. Let's get this over with as soon as possible.
So you've come for your money. Is that it, you rat?
You offered it to me. I didn't ask for anything in return.
No, you're right. Yeah, I guess you've earned it. That's what we agreed. I'm an honest woman. I think you have a very wrong impression of me. Take your money, Michael.
All right, thank you and good luck. I'm sure we'll be seeing each other around the camp.
Wait! Michael, is it money that you want? I have more money. I still have some savings. Those camp rats didn't manage to take it all. I'm sure we can figure something out.
I don't understand.
My husband is about to die. Without him, we'll be nobodies. Me and the kids. The soldiers don't even show us any respect anymore. A while ago, they broke in here to take them away, with no explanation. And it didn't matter to them in the least whose children they were. But if you stay here, all that could change. I still have some contacts. I could arrange for you to become the new Camp Mole. You're not like the rest of those rats out there, Michael. You're one of us. We'd be important again. We'd keep our privileges. Or do you want to be just another beggar in this sewer? I can't lower myself to that. I'd do anything. Stay here with us, Michael.
No. I don't doubt for a second that this woman would be capable of anything, like a cornered scorpion. I don't think that would be a good idea. It would be better for me to leave. Take good care of those boys. They're good kids.
Yeah. Get out of here, you disgusting rat.
Já
You're
mudou
all
de
alike. In this camp, all you rats are alike.
posição de novo, né?
I don't need you. I don't need any of you. You're just waiting to see us fall. But I won't give you the satisfaction, you disgusting rats. I'll do what I have to do. But you won't see me crawling around in the trash like you.
A cornered scorpion, surrounded by flames that are closing in. I think it would be best not to speak to this woman ever again. She could be dangerous. Better, I have no interest in...
Aí. Dinheiro. Tá. Tá um pouco de dinheiro.
I brought money. Let me see Rose.
Quanto de dinheiro,
Hey,
né?
this is a lot of dough, pal.
So, is it enough?
More than enough. This'll get you into Rose's van for the rest of the night. All you can eat. Have a good time with our Minnie Mouse, but be careful with the merchandise. You know how it works. You break it, you buy it.
Yeah, I get it.
Hello, Mr. Sleepyhead. You came back.
Hello, Rose.
Are you here to save me? Have you brought me my baby? They won't let me leave here to look for him. He's all I have left in the world. I don't have anyone else. Will you help me? That's why you came back, isn't it? Or did you come back for the other thing? Do you want me to take off my clothes and lie down on the mattress?
I'd like to talk to you, Rose. You told me you had a secret to tell me. I need to hear it.
Yes, Mr. Sleepyhead. I know a secret about you. It's something very important, but I'm not going to tell you.
Não vai? Por
Why
quê?
not?
Because you haven't brought me my baby. I asked you to help me and you haven't done it. I want to hold my baby again and rock him to sleep. Aren't we friends anymore, Mr. Sleepyhead?
Yes, of course we're still friends. But Rose, please. I need to know what it is. What is the secret?
Okay, I'll give you a clue. It's a riddle. I have something of yours from before the Great Wave. It's the key for you to lock and unlock your chest of dreams, you sleepy bear. But I won't give it to you unless I can hold my baby again.
The key to my chest of dreams? I don't know what the devil she's talking about. But if it's something, Rose, I don't have time for games. Give me whatever you have, please.
No, you have to help me first. Please bring me my baby. I want to rock him to sleep again, like in the picture on the wall. Have you seen the picture of my baby and me? It was taken before the Great Wave. I have no one else. I need my baby. Bring him to me. Bring him to me! Bring him to me!
Hey, pal! You can have a good time with our Minnie Mouse, but don't mess up the merchandise! Don't make us come in there. You know how it works. You break it, you buy it.
All right, Rose, all right. Calm down. No, I don't want you to lie down. Tell me, Rose, why can't you leave here?
It's because of them. They don't let me go any farther than that empty lot over there. They say I have to be ready in case a client comes. They only let me go see Rod and Colin in their trailer every once in a while.
And why don't you run away?
Those men are too scary, Mr. Sleepyhead. They yell at me and hit me if I don't do what they say. Sometimes they lock me in here in the dark for hours. And I'm afraid the soldiers will come back. They say they'll call them, and if I don't behave, they'll hurt me again. I'm so afraid of the dark. Aren't you? Colin is afraid of the dark too. Before he got sick, he told me, and now they won't let me see him anymore. I like the light better. Do you like the lights in my room, Mr. Sleepyhead?
Yes, they're very pretty, Rose.
It's like it's Christmas every day, isn't it? But the one who scares me most is the hunter. He's always ordering everyone around with a voice like an angry lion. He even gives orders to those men outside. He's like a horrible big dog about to bite you. I get the shivers every time he comes to visit me. But I like your voice very much, Mr. Sleepyhead. You sound like a knight in a fairy tale. And I'm your princess.
You said you don't have anyone. Where is your family?
I don't know, Mr. Sleepyhead. The last time I saw them was when that great wave came. They said they were leaving, but that they'd come back to find me. And then they left me alone with my baby. They told me they'd only come back if I took good care of him. If I held him and rocked him to sleep, like in the picture on the wall. Did you see my baby and me in the picture, Mr. Sleepyhead? But someone took him while I was asleep. You see, I had this dream while those soldiers were hurting me. Do you like to dream, Mr. Sleepyhead?
It depends on the dream, Rose.
I dream about my baby a lot, sleeping in his little cradle. And I also dream about my room in the house I used to live in before the Great Wave. The sun came in through the window every morning and lit up everything. Sometimes it looked like the walls were going to catch fire. This room is darker. I don't like the dark. That's when they come and hurt me. And sometimes they lock me here in the dark to punish me if I don't do what they say. Have you brought me my baby, Mr. Sleepyhead?
That poor girl is more disturbed than I thought. It looks like her mind hasn't been able to deal with all the pain of these last few months. Someone needs to get her out of here. No, Rose. I'm sorry. I haven't brought you here, baby. Goodbye, Rose. I should be going now.
No, don't go. Please. Will you help me, Mr. Sleepyhead? Will you bring me my baby? And will you bring me a cradle like this one in the picture? Be my knight in shining armor. Bring me what I ask and I'll give you the answer. The key to unlock your chest of dreams.
I'll try, Rose. I promise. There's makeup scattered at the foot of this mirror. I suppose those savages out there force Rose to put on makeup to make herself look older than she really is. It's the pile of rags Rose is saving for her baby. When winter comes, my baby will get cold. That's what she said. It would break Rose's heart to see me stealing her baby's clothes. I'm not gonna...
Lá realmente tem bebê.
It's a page torn out of a very old magazine. In her delirium,
no.
Poor Rose thinks it's a photograph of her and her baby taken before the Great Wave.
Ah, tá. Ela acha que é ela.
From the mother's side, it's in her delirium. From the mother's hairstyle and outfit, the photo looks like it comes from some magazine from the 50s or 60s. Besides, I'd swear that these rocking cradles went out of style a long, long time ago.
Será?
Tomorrow comes to...
Tá. Não sei, né?
It doesn't seem like a good idea. Hanging up this poster here wouldn't do anything. I doubt this belongs to Rose. I suppose poker.
Como é que tem ali? Tá.
I doubt this belongs to those poker. A string of Christmas lights is the only source of light in this room. The reflections of the colors make this place seem even gloomier and more sordid. A string of lights with every single one of its bulbs smashed. I'd say this is a present by the ghost of Christmas yet to come.
Aqui é pra fazer furo. Ah, apareceu de volta isso aqui. Tinha sumido o item. Ah, tá. Será que eu consigo fazer aqui?
This wooden crate doesn't need. Reduce this box. Even if I could, I wouldn't cut. I can't use these. This plastic bag is designed.
Eu pegar.
It would break Rose's heart. It's the pile of when winter comes. This is the poor girl's place of business. It was probably dragged here from one of those heaps of trash out there.
Tá, só confirmar aqui. Talvez se eu colocar.
I don't think I'd gain anything. I don't see where I could. I'm afraid I can't. The reflection of this object. I don't see where I could. It's the pile of when winter.
Poderia colocar os panos dentro aqui, criar berço, né?
I don't think doing this.
Aqui.
It's a heap of ragged old clothes. I'm not going to put them in the crate. It would break. It's the pile of when winter. It's a page in her delivery.
Não dá pra virar nada.
Barf. That explains the bites on Rose's face and arms. There's no need to handle this. Better not. This. Why would I want to do something? I could try to use the nails to join them, but they wouldn't be able to pierce the metal of the subway sign. I don't see any way of combining these two objects using anything I have on me. It's useless. Since it's made of wood, I can use the nails to attach something to it. But what? I could try. Since it's made of wood, I don't think it would do any good to connect. That wouldn't serve any purpose. This wouldn't.
Poderia fazer furo aqui.
I'd only end up. I can't use these two. Since it's made of wood.
Tá. Vamos ver aqui se eu saio. Dá pra voltar normal agora, né? Ah, tá.
Hello, Mr. Sleep.
Hello, Rose.
Dá só ver aqui se ele dá alguma outra coisa.
Because I asked you, aren't we?
Yes, but Rose.
Okay, I have, but I.
No.
Goodbye, Rose.
No, will you help? Be my.
I'll try.
Tá. E não tem outra coisa ali pra ver. Uma coisa de areia.
It would break Rose's.
Tá. Sabendo que dá pra voltar ali, é até mais fácil. Tá, deixa eu salvar aqui nos dois.